Good evening. Welcome to the August 9th meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. I now call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ms. Allard. Mr. Salt.
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Mr. Cross.
Present.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Zalatel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
Mr. Boland.
Happy to be here.
Mr. Peterson. You have a quorum.
Thank you. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance and land acknowledgement. Chief of Staff Johnson, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatil, would you please lead us in the land acknowledgement?
Yes, Mr. Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. There are no minutes of previous meetings. We will move on to the mayor's report. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here tonight. Tonight, I'll start with some comments on what's likely on the top of everyone's mind. Upon learning of the shocking news yesterday about Joe Gerace, I immediately tasked the Municipal Manager's Office and Human Resources Department to investigate the hiring of former Health Director Joe Gerace. I expect an in-depth and thorough investigation into this matter and HR hiring practices moving forward. Last week, I was honored to give a brief update on Anchorage's economic future at the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation's 2022 three-year Economic Outlook Luncheon. Bill Popp and his team put on a great event that was capped off by a tremendous presentation by keynote speaker Roger Brooks. We learned that 2022 is projected to be another strong year of steady growth in Anchorage as our city rebounds from the lasting effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and shutdowns. Sectors of our economy like transportation, hospitality and leisure, construction, and professional and business services are expected to grow and add jobs. With the $300 million plus of development projects that have been announced in downtown and more in the works, we expect 2023 to be a strong year for our city. It must be noted, though, that labor force shortfalls and outmigration to the lower 48 are resulting in significant challenges for employers and their ability to fill open positions. In the face of this, though, never has there been a better time for a person to be a job seeker or employee in Anchorage. Bill shared with us that 2022 has seen a record number of job postings and openings here in Anchorage. Anyone who wants a job can get one if they're qualified and skilled. In fact, we likely don't have a large enough local labor force nor the housing options for folks to live in to fill all the open positions. We are working to overcome these obstacles by spurring new housing developments and encouraging residents to build ADUs through our tax abatement ordinance. We want to attract lower 48 residents to travel here, to move here, and to work here. This leads me to some of the exciting information and observations that Roger Brooks shared with us following his 2 in-depth trips to Anchorage. For context, Roger is an internationally recognized and respected destination consultant who specializes in helping cities grow and improve. He has analyzed over 2,300 cities. He was contracted by AEDC to come to Anchorage and provide suggestions on ways we can work together to improve our city for those looking to travel, work, and live here. Roger provided us over 70 suggestions on how to take Anchorage to the next level as a world-class city. He noted that we have so many things going for us: our recreation opportunities, our trails, our food scene, our arts and museum, rich local history, Alaska Native cultures, affordable housing compared to the West Coast, solid economic foundation, and more. Of all this makes Anchorage an incredible place. However, sometimes it takes an outside perspective, his perspective, to help us see the things we are missing or not doing that are holding back our potential. In coming weeks, I'll be working with community and business leaders to form a Mayor's Blue Ribbon Committee called the Destination Anchorage Team, as recommended by Roger. The Anchorage Destination Team will be a unified group dedicated to revitalizing downtown and enhancing the experiences we as a city offer to those looking to travel, work, and live here. This team will work off and build on the suggestions that Roger provided us. His playbook and suggestions have had tremendous success across the country in cities just like ours. I'm inspired by the vision he shared for Anchorage and look forward to working together to implement many of the suggestions he gave us. For those looking to learn more about Roger's presentations and suggestions, please head over to AEDC's website to see it all. Excuse me. Over the weekend, I had the opportunity to attend the first ever citywide Alaska Native Potlatch. It was a smashing success. In conjunction with Alaska Pacific University and local Alaska Native leaders, my team helped support the formation of this event. World-renowned chefs prepared the food, elders shared wisdom, youth laughed and danced, and wonderful stories were told by all. The event brought together many cultures so that they can learn from each other. It was an enlightening and productive event for all. Last week, Anchorage Fire Department announced the opening of the recruitment period for their 2023 Academy. I'm confident we will find a robust class of qualified and passionate recruits. If you know someone with a heart for service and a desire to make a difference in their community, please encourage them to consider applying. A career in the fire service is one filled with tremendous reward and satisfaction. Lastly, I want to touch on the item of ARPA funding before the Assembly considers it tonight. There are many proposals the Assembly has put forward that I agree with and look forward to helping to support. That said, I hope we can find common ground and reach consensus on the need to support funding for the significant fuel cost overages departments are facing, the need to repair and restore the Sullivan Arena, and the crucial need to repair and replace the roof at the M&O building. Support for these items will ensure the Muni can continue to operate and offer the high quality of services our citizens expect. One last thing, I just came from the Van Gogh Immersive Art Collection at the Denina. I'd certainly encourage everyone to go there. It takes about 45 minutes, and to say the least, it is very impressive. So, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have a couple of people in the queue. First, Mr. Dunbar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two questions, if that's okay. The first question for you, Mr. Mayor. I have heard some concern from members of the public about having the municipal manager and the HR director lead the investigation regarding Joe Gerace, given the roles they played in hiring him and bringing him on board. And given that, would you be open to have a more neutral party, perhaps an outside firm or an office like the municipal auditor, conduct that investigation?
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, I'm sure you've heard many rumors. You may have even started some of them. But the answer is no, this is an HR issue, this is a municipality issue, and we will take care of it. I would like to remind the public that the hiring process used to hire Mr. Gerace was a long-standing practice used for decades. Nothing has been changed, and we're about to change that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, my second question, if that's all right. So, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned repairing the Sullivan Arena, fuel costs, and I believe there was one other. That would be probably north of $5 million. So my question is, which of the programs in the ARPA fund do you want to cut in our current resolution? And if you don't have that now, can the administration, in the couple hours between now and when we debate that, can you develop an amendment that we can vote up or down to specify what you want us to cut to pay for those things? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, that is a good question. I'll refer to Municipal Manager Amy Domboski. Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, that is something that we have evaluated. We have that ready, and we're happy to provide that to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have the chair's report. And I will just start by
Mr.
saying...
Chair. Actually,
I'm
I was
sorry.
in the queue.
Yep, Mr. Presverdia, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your report. I have two brief questions. Thank you for your mention of an investigation into the hiring practices related to Mr. Gerace. One thing I didn't hear you say that I'm concerned about, and I've heard others voice, is the scope of that and whether you would be willing to go back and ensure that the process used to verify the education and experience of all of the individuals that you brought forth to be appointed would be reviewed as well, so we can ensure that the information that we as the Assembly used to determine whether to confirm them or not is valid. And so that's my first question, is that part of the scope of the investigation, so we know that all of the information that was brought forward for all of your appointees is valid?
Through the chair, Mr. Perez-Verdia, on behalf of the administration, we've already begun that process. We started this morning by looking at what was the traditional historical process that HR uses, what background check software that they use, what processes they go through, what are all those scopes. So yes, we've already started doing that. Every applicant that you see moving forward, we have a whole list of things, including not only verifying employment, making sure that we have copies of whether it's transcripts, whether it's diplomas, certifications for specific certs that people may hold. We have all of those things, so every applicant that you see going forward, that will already be checked before they ever make the agenda. But we have a whole process that we're going through, and our intent was to hold a work session and update the Assembly on the previous practice as well as our practice moving forward. It is our intent to make sure that every candidate is fully vetted to the best of our ability, and we think we have seen gaps in the municipal process that has been longstanding that we have already implemented a process to rectify.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I just ask a clarifying on that one point? There was one piece that I didn't hear you say that you may have intended to, but that you said moving forward. The main point, I guess, of my question is that the previous individuals that you have brought forward, that there would be a verification of their background. Is that part of your investigation?
So yes, through the chair, Mr. Perez-Verdia, let me be very clear. During the transition team, all applicants were required to sign an authorization, a notarized authorization for us to attain all of their academic records, financial records, and criminal background history checks. Once you come to the municipality of Anchorage, the municipality never had any such program. If you go to be a police officer, that's totally different, so I'm not talking about APD right now. But for general municipal employees, that was not the process. So one of the new things that we're implementing is a requirement for people to sign a notarized document giving us authorization to contact all former, even if it's doing a credit check, for example, all former educational institutes. But what I've additionally authorized is any employee that, or directed, any employee that has been hired since July 1st. I'm very confident in the ones before July 1st because they went through a very robust, different process than the municipality process. The municipality process needs some improvement. We all recognize that, and we're going to improve it. So what we're doing now is we're going through every single person who potentially didn't give us, some people when they give us their application, they'll give us their diploma. If they didn't do that, we're going back and we're verifying everybody who's been hired since July 1st of last year. So there will be no gaps in this process. We're going to go back and we're going to double check every single thing. And moving forward, this is a great opportunity for the municipality to improve its HR process, and this is the opportunity we're going to take to do that.
Great. Thank you very much. And Mr. Chair, just one additional question. I know we're short on time. Mr. Mayor, I didn't hear an update on Centennial Park and sort of the status and the plan to move those folks into another location and sort of where that stands. I'm wondering if you can give us a brief update on where Centennial Park is.
Through the chair, Mr. President, I'll defer to Alexis Johnson on that. Thank you.
Through the chair to Mr. Presverdia, right now Centennial is still operating as a campground. There's about 200 residents there. The Salvation Army is on site 5 days a week, and they are actively working to house people and to move people into programs. As of right now, I am currently working on winter sheltering options with AHD. I hope to have a definitive plan for you guys next week. It's obviously going to be a basic overview, and we'll work to solidify it a little bit more, but do you have any additional questions?
Nope, that's great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, before turning the chair's or the chair's report, I would note that Ms. Allard has arrived at the meeting approximately 5 or 6 minutes ago. And so for the chair's report, I'll just start by saying I want to thank you, Mr. Dunbar, for not taking the bait when the mayor suggested you had started rumors. At this time, it's clear that it doesn't take assembly action to get that machine rolling. First, I'm going to brief about Centennial Park. Yet again, here we are in the chambers, and there's still an estimated 200 unhoused neighbors at Centennial Park Campground, including, as we've heard reported from members of the public, pregnant women and women with young children still. And while the executive branch continues to refuse to acknowledge that the campground is a municipal homeless response, community organizations and volunteers continue to bear the burden of supporting our community's most vulnerable, and it's only getting wetter and colder and darker. The day it was a immediate response was the day municipal buses transported people to that site, despite what anyone may say. With winter quickly approaching, the Assembly approved $7 million to support housing solutions and bring online more than 300 units of housing in the short term at our last meeting with AR 2022-222 to allocate $3.4 million in federal relief funds to complete the purchase of the guest house for workforce housing, and AR 2022-221 to allocate funds from the alcohol sales tax in the amounts of $500,000 to remodel and immediately open up 60 rental units, and $2 million to fund emergency shelter needs through the end of 2022, and $1.5 million for outreach services. While the Assembly continues to work hard to create a plan leveraging available resources to address homelessness, there are immediate needs at Centennial Park that can't be resolved until the administration calls it what it is, a municipal homeless response, and then acts accordingly. At last week's Public Safety Committee meeting, the Anchorage Police Department reported that the total number of calls for service to the park increased from 27 calls in May and June to 158 calls in July alone. Without the resources, services, and coordination that become available when the administration recognizes the park as a homelessness response, the lives of our neighbors experiencing homelessness, community volunteers, public safety officers, and neighbors remain at risk. The humanitarian crisis is showing the best and worst of Anchorage, and the community deserves action on this issue. There's another very emotional topic to some members of the community that I can't not mention tonight, and that is the 4th Avenue Theater. This week, demolition began downtown. That's the beginning of redevelopment of Block 41, which is the block between 4th and 5th Avenue and F and G Street. On one hand, I personally mourn the loss of that historic treasure, the 4th Avenue Theater, as it once stood. I've personally experienced lovely nights in that Art Deco space, which once was a shining gem in our town. On the other hand, this new development marks what will be an exciting step towards Anchorage revitalized future, with mixed-use infrastructure that will stand as part of the Anchorage skyline for generations to come. Since the theater closed, it's faced decades of deferred maintenance with exponentially increasing costs for restoration, and the development plans for Block 41 include a prominent recreation of the iconic neon facade, ensuring that the 4th Avenue Theater will be a place Anchorage remembers for many lifetimes to come. As difficult as it is, we are on that precipice, and the time to move forward is now. On to the topic that started the mayor's report. First, I would like to take a moment to recognize that Mr. Gerace had a health crisis last week, and we hope he recovers. Second, it said, I have a responsibility to acknowledge the news made public yesterday that the resume presented to the Assembly to confirm Mr. Gerace in his role as Health Department Director was largely, if not completely, fabricated. Due to the hard work and high-quality investigative reporting by Lex Trinan at Alaska Public Media, in partnership with American Public Media, the conclusion that Mr. Gerace falsely presented himself as a high-ranking officer in the Alaska National Guard with a pair of master's degree in business administration and a physician's assistant studies. And these credentials were presented to the Assembly by the Human Resources Director of the municipality during the confirmation hearing, indicating that Mr. Gerace was qualified to lead the city's health department and putting him in charge of critical response during a global pandemic and a local homelessness crisis. The record now available demonstrates otherwise. In all confirmations, the Assembly relies on the municipal hiring process, and the vetting process is coordinated with due diligence by the Human Resources Department to present accurate information to us to make our decisions. That said, it's becoming more and more clear that the Assembly must more carefully scrutinize information provided regarding mayoral appointees, particularly information provided to us from the Human Resources Department. It is no longer trust but verify. It's just verify. As a co-equal branch of government, the Assembly has a responsibility to understand how this happened and rebuild public trust in the confirmation process. And despite promises that we would have the right hand investigating the right hand, the HR director investigating how the HR department failed to meet the Assembly's need to have true and accurate information, the Assembly will be working as well on a process of review and investigation. We will be meeting at the Rules Committee on Thursday to have a discussion amongst ourselves how we should proceed with this investigation. With a high rate of turnover in this administration, there are more confirmation hearings to come very soon. And there are also outstanding personnel concerns across the municipality, including the health department and the public library, that we can't overlook. And while I applaud the mayor and the municipal manager for conducting an investigation on this issue internal to the administration, the Assembly must pursue our own and provide due diligence because we've been failed. The citizens of Anchorage deserve scrutiny and attention to detail and appointments to our city's leadership positions. There's nothing wrong with being very thorough in vetting. Finally, I will turn to issues related to ARPA funding. As Assembly members, we're committed to the economic health and development of our community and have worked hard to deliver federal relief funds to the people and businesses who need it the most. Over the past 2 years, we distributed a record-breaking $214 million to local businesses, nonprofits, and individuals that helped prevent an economic crisis and delivered valuable services to people in need. With this third and final round of $51 million in federal funding, the Assembly recognized the unique opportunity and responsibility to do as much good in the community as possible. To accomplish that, we held an extensive review process between April and July 2022, with 6 public work sessions totaling 22 hours of public process. Again, I'm going to say that. 6 public work sessions and 22 hours of public process, to which only one time for 1 hour did members of the administration attend. All of those meetings, they were welcome and invited. Through that process, we decided to fund projects that focused on economic resilience, increasing our competitiveness as a destination city, and making all parts of our city vibrant and welcome. Early on, it was decided to open the process to community submissions and have a collaborative and transparent decision-making process. Members wanted to ensure smaller nonprofits and non-traditional groups had an opportunity to submit ideas, so a call for proposals was issued. We received over 160 submissions totaling $262 million in funding requests, and we reviewed every single application. It had many discussions on which type of projects best met the vision, priorities, and guiding principles for the funds. Throughout the process, Assembly members faced many difficult decisions. Nearly every single project submitted was worthy of funding and very much needed for the community. And in the end, while not every member had all their priority projects funded, the process led to balanced proposal for distribution of funding that succeeded in meeting the vision and goals for the second distribution of ARPA funding. We're proud of the work we've done on this project and feel that it's an important accomplishment for the city. I want to thank my fellow Assembly members and staff, the meeting facilitators, and all the members of the public who submitted testimony, in particular those who submitted proposals, so that we could have a fair and rigorous process. And to all of the organizations for taking time that submitted proposals, we will do our best to answer questions in the coming weeks after we make our final determinations tonight. With that, I will turn to just final notes on the proceedings tonight. We have not the fullest agenda we've had, but we have some pretty important items. I anticipate it'll take a while. This is a business meeting, and we're here to do the work of the municipality. Please help to create a climate of respect in the chambers. Please refrain from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, and pacing. If you have signs, keep them smaller than 8.5 by 11. Please keep the aisles clear except when lined up to testify. Please don't approach the dais. If you have something to share with the members, please hand it to the clerk for distribution. If a point of order is called, please stop speaking so I can rule on the point of order and the record is clear. And if rules aren't followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. So with that, we're going to move on to the next part of our agenda. Oh wait, next I have Ms. Allard in the queue. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too have attended all those ARPA meetings, whether in person or over the phone, but I would say that Ms. Portia Erickson and Ms. Courtney Peterson, they were in attendance with those ARPA meetings. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. With that, we'll move next on to committees and liaisons. We'll start at this side of the dais. Ms. Allard.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salt.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On August 3rd, we had a meeting of the Public Safety Committee in which the Anchorage Police Department did a thorough update of injured officers, impound update, body cam update, Centennial Campground update, Operation Summer Heat update, and APD social media update, as well as the Anchorage Fire Department did an update on Centennial Campground as well, an update on the mobile crisis team, and as did the mayor, talked about their recruitment and their recruitment process. Just want to encourage folks to attend the Public Safety Committee meetings in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next Wednesday, August 17th, will be the monthly Housing and Homelessness Committee meeting from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. In these chambers. I think folks are used to this meeting lasting until 12:30. I extended it by half an hour just temporarily because we have a lot of work to do in preparation for winter because it is around the corner. We're going to be discussing the emergency shelter plan, which I hope will be a fairly robust discussion, discussing decompression at the Aviator Hotel, and then updates on the Navigation Center and Centennial Park Campground, among other issues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross.
Nothing to report, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the 18th of August, there will be an Enterprise and Utilities Oversight Committee meeting from 11 to noon in room 155. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also on the 18th, we will have a Budget and Finance Committee meeting at 12:10, and this will go is scheduled for an hour and a half until 1:40. This is also in 155. It's going to be a little bit different this time. We've asked the administration to really drill down on two topics. alcohol tax funds distribution last year and this year. We want a clear sense of what has been spent so far and on what. And then second, fuel costs, which the mayor mentioned, which we haven't had a briefing to the Budget and Finance Committee meeting about or a work session on. So this is an opportunity for them to describe in detail what the challenge is and how much funding is required. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Mr. Dunbar covered it. Thank you.
Mr. Volland.
Nothing to report.
Thank you very much. And from there, we'll move on to the addendum to the agenda. Before we go to the addendum to the agenda, well, I would say we were going to implement our new late on the table procedure, but I think we got that out of our system at the last meeting, at least for now. So there are no items to lay on the table. There is one item in the late on the table packet for members to know, but we're going to address it later because there are some questions about the procedures we need to take. So that item will come back to us later in the evening once we've resolved some questions. So for each late on the table item, excuse me, okay, so I don't have any late on the table items to add, but we do have a handful of items on the addendum to the agenda, and I'll go ahead and read them now. 10A1, AR 2022-244, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing, honoring, and thanking the Anchorage Police Department in celebration of Back the Blue Day. 10C1, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 419-2022, recommendation of award to Spurnack and Sons LLC for Elderberry Park playground improvements for the Municipality of Anchorage Parks and Rec Department. 10C2, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 421-2022, recommendation of award to Pinnacle Construction for UST replacement and dispenser addition for the Municipality of Anchorage. 10D5, Assembly Memorandum AM 417-2022, sole source purchase for Motorola Solutions Incorporated, Motorola, for 6 dual-band portable radios with extra batteries and chargers for the Municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Police Department. 10D6, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 14-2022, increase to change order authority to contract with Professional Trails LLC for the William B. Lyons Park Playground Improvement Project for Municipality of Anchorage Parks and Rec Department. 10D7, Assembly Memorandum 420-2022, cooperative purchase through the State of Alaska, DOT/CAT contract AIP SEF 2313 from NC Machinery for 1 Caterpillar D3 track type tractor for the Municipality of Anchorage, Merrill Field Airport. 10D8, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 422-2022, recommendation of award for a non-encumbered contract with K&H Election Services to provide professional printing and mailing, vote by mail services for the Municipality of Anchorage, Municipal Clerk's Office. 10E4, AR number 2022-241, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $25,000 when tendered from the State of Alaska Department of Public Safety and $550 as a contribution from the area-wide general fund 101000, all to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231900, Anchorage Health Department, for the provision of sexual assault response team examinations on behalf of the Anchorage Health Department. Resolution 10E5, Resolution AR 2022-242, Resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating and adopting non-substantial Amendment 5 to the 2017 Housing and Community Development Annual Action Plan in the amount of $6,735, adopting substantial Amendment Number 6 to the 2019 Action Plan in the amount of $29,579, and adopting substantial Amendment 1 to the 2020 Action Plan in the amount of $85,896, all from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, Community Development Block Grant to the Federal Grants Fund 241 in the Anchorage Health Department. 10E6, Resolution AR 2022-243, a resolution appropriating a child care licensing grant from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services in the amount of $1,674,660.61 when tendered to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grant Fund 231900 for the CCL program in the Anchorage Health Department. Finally, information memorandum AIM 143-2022, public testimony for the July 26, 2022 and August 9, 2022 meetings. Ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum to the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Ask for unanimous consent. Hearing no objection, that item has been adopted. Incorporated.
Mr. Peterson, this is Mr. Peterson. He was on the other line, so could you just...
I would recognize that Mr. Peterson is in attendance now. He was on the other line. We have two lines, and somehow he was not on the live one. Mr. Peterson, the motion before us is to incorporate the addendum to the agenda. How do you vote?
Yes.
Okay. With that, the addendum to the agenda has been incorporated. Next, we'll turn to appearance requests. We have none. So we'll move now to initial audience participation. For initial audience participation, to prioritize time for members of the public who would like to speak on consent agenda items, those who can't stay until the second audience participation at the end of the meeting, and those who have difficulty staying for a public hearing item already on the agenda due to childcare or travel issues, before we open it up to the broader public. As a reminder, if you choose to speak now on a public hearing item already on the agenda, you may not speak again when we open the public hearing on the item. Also, if you choose to speak now, you cannot speak at the final audience participation. For audience participation, please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and personal attacks are not appropriate. In addition, audience members are asked to avoid clapping and other disruptions during audience participation. And lastly, during audience participation, assembly members generally don't answer questions or respond to comments. We may talk to you offline during a break or after the meeting to address any questions you have. I will, as chair, work to maintain decorum at this meeting and ask for your assistance. All right, so welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're in. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Heather Ireland. I'm the Executive Director of Anchorage School-Based Health Centers. You may recognize me from my involvement with the Rogers Park Community Council and from my time working as an aide to the Assembly. Since I helped create the Assembly 101 videos, I should know better than waiting until the end of the process to be involved in the distribution of the ARPA funds. However, since this is a school-based program that I serve, I do not work in the summer. I was out of the country and out of the loop. Since 2010, our program has served students at Clark Middle School, and over the years has added Baggage Middle School, Bartlett High School, East High School, as well as some pop-up clinics throughout the district. The medical clinics offer limited urgent care in collaboration with the school nurse and comprehensive physical exams so students can participate in sports. We collaborate with community partners to provide mental health services. During the 2021-22 school year, we worked with Alaska Behavioral Health at our 3 schools, and this coming year we plan to add services at Clark. I've operated the clinic at Clark since 2014. The relationships cultivated will help with the implementation of the new services there. Alaska Behavioral Health bills for the service, but the reimbursement rate does not cover the cost of care. In addition, the assistance provided from Anchorage School-Based Health Centers has no dedicated funding source. Medical billing revenue is our primary funding, plus a small grant from the state, unlike the clinics in Juneau schools that are funded primarily by the city. Anchorage School-Based Health Centers was able to receive some CARES money. When the ARPA RFP was released, I had hoped that the municipality would want to support our work, as well as the amazing Alaska Behavioral Health clinicians providing care to Anchorage students. Our request is small, but has the potential to make a big impact. The July 8th priority list included all 3 school-based mental health applicants. However, when I started back to work and reached out to the Assembly, it was explained that Volunteers of America would be getting 100% of the allocation, and Alaska Behavioral Health and Anchorage School-Based Health Centers would get 0. I feel that this is not a balanced or appropriate distribution of the funding. If amendments come before you, please support the work that we do by voting in favor of those amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. You have 3 minutes. Please tell us your name and what part of town you're from.
My name is Kate McClellan, and I'm from Forest Dunbar's district in Nunaka Valley. And I'm here because of the Centennial Park situation and our homeless situation in Anchorage, and with a lot of concern that it just keeps getting put off when they're going to find real shelter. And I think the end of September is too long already, or being there at all is in a drippy tent for a month of cold weather is inhumane. And I voted for the alcohol tax in the hopes that the Anchor Home Plan would be implemented, because so much work and research went into trying to provide different populations with the type of housing that would be most beneficial for them, and was very disappointed with so much of that fell through with a new administration. And I just want to express my gratitude to the Assembly for approving money for housing for people, because I don't believe you can get off your feet without shelter over your head, someplace to take a shower and go to the bathroom. And people just deserve the dignity of having a home and a door to close on, and security. So I strongly support the efforts of the Assembly and the funding that I saw in the paper that was going towards housing for people that need homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. Please tell us your name, what part of town you're from.
My name is Charles McKee. I'm a beneficiary of the McKee Trust. I'm also registered with the State Department as a private civilian. Now, I indicated in the letter that I dropped off, the 5th, that I asked for audience, not just audience, but appearance request. You didn't pay attention to that part. What I'm trying to point out to you is this application for notice to clerk and recorder for any falsification of records. There's a penalty, a fine, and a 2 years, or at least a 2-year sentence in falsification of records, which occurred to me at Judge Nesbitt Courthouse, 2019, that you partnered with, and nothing has been done with them. I asked for $80 million at that time, and the prosecutor, they all ignored that and punted to another court, Hanley, who slow walked it so they in turn could steal my 5 acres, which would have been paid for, the debt pertaining to that action. I don't know what you're trying to do if you're waiting for a sign, but this here is the original church seal of North America, dating to 1765. That represents the gospel, that sign. They did this in 1993. Okay, so I mean 1963, at the assassination of John F. Kennedy. So which is it do you want us to do? You want us to maintain continuous bondage through bankruptcy in perpetuity? So I'm asking that question, and I asked Mr. Garland, write the check, or Yellen, Janet, write the check, or take it out of that new appropriations for the reduce inflation of this country. Take it out of there. But maybe I should ask Saudi Arabia to loan me the money, because they made a whole bunch of money off of Alaska through appropriating oil rights to the North Slope during the heyday And I wish they would have rainfall if that's what you wish to find for signage. Also, Top Gun.
Thank you, Mr. McKee.
Thank you.
Next, welcome. Please come down. You have 3 minutes. Tell us what part of town you're from and your name.
My name's Samuel Allen Merrill. Everybody knows me as Al. My wife and I own a house in Rogers Park. We also own Angel Aviation over at Merrill Field. We're the largest flight school over there on Merrill Field. We have about 25 plus employees. And we're struggling not because we don't have plenty of business. We trained over 200 pilots last year. We're well on the way of doing more this year. However, due to the inflation and supply chain issues, we're facing some serious issues of getting parts for airplanes. What I'm here for is the taxes that we have to pay. I think it was 2 years ago, we burned over 10,000 gallons of fuel. And we pay 19 cents to the federal government, 5 cents to Alaska, state of Alaska, and then 11 cents to the municipality. We also have the last vacant lot over at Merrill Field that's inside the secured fence area. And we just paid $6,000 for the right to have the lease on that piece of property. We don't even have a building on it yet. And then we just got a letter in the mail on the new tax for aircraft, non-scheduled commercial aircraft assessment. And basically, I don't know what the exact amount is, but it's going to be based off of the weight of the aircraft. And from everything that I can see, we're going to pay anywhere from double to triple on some of our airplanes. I just think you guys need to realize when you start doing this kind of stuff that it affects, a lot of people beyond just the business by us training so many pilots for the state of Alaska. That was it.
Thank you, sir. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Joseph Varga. I live in 99504 area zip code. I'm a food security strategist by trade, and I'm here to talk about the $600 million that Dave Bronson and Josh Revak are looking to acquire for the Port of Anchorage. I would like to underline that we've seen what our shelves look like in a crisis when it comes to food security needs, and putting $600 million into the Port of Anchorage would not meet those food security needs. Again, it's import dependence. It's not food security. Food security starts at home. Here in Anchorage, we could provide thousands of jobs to people just by cultivating, growing, redistributing, and manufacturing our own food goods by Alaskans for Alaskans, and insulate our economy at the same time. It's an awful lot to ask to put into a port that by any accounts, and if you ask any geologist worth their salt in this state, will fall into the ocean if another large enough earthquake hits. So $600 million to fall into the ocean, Mr. Mayor, is not a good plan. It doesn't provide food security when 98% of everything we consume on the shelves in this state are shipped up. They're imported. We don't grow anything other than maybe some barley and what the valley provides. We have 293,000 people in Anchorage alone, 700,000 within the state of Alaska. And when something affects our trade lines, as they've been doing in these last few years and are looking to get worse, as we wonder why, you go to the store and nothing's there, and you ask, why isn't it here? Well, because we're still waiting for it to get here. We're not growing it, we're not making it, and because you want that special scotch, sorry, it's off the port somewhere. That's not security. And even then, scotch, alcohol, it's a food good item. Whether or not we have laws about that dictate that it's not a grocery item, food still starts at home. $600 million could open up several vertical farms, cattle ranches, poultry farms, stuff that we actually eat here in the state of Alaska, stuff that we eat. We don't eat minerals, we don't eat money, we don't eat gold, we don't eat oil. That's for our financial success, but we need to think about our nutritional success. And again, there's job security and food security. This plan provides neither, and we already don't have neither as it is. So please, when it comes to this $600 million to go into the port for a very expensive construction project, think about what food security needs it actually provides, and maybe consider putting it in something worth it, because the port's not worth it anymore. Figure something out with Port McKenzie, because I'm tired of seeing $1.8 billion projects go down the drain. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Lizzie Newell. I live in Independence Park, which is South Anchorage. That's the Abbott Loop Community Council area. And I would like to express my thanks to all of you on the Assembly for doing a remarkable job. It's been a very difficult several years, and I've been impressed with the work you've done, often coming through very difficult times. I'm particularly appreciative of the work that you've been doing on the housing shortage that we have in Anchorage. I was pleased that you encouraged the accessory dwelling units in Girdwood. I think that's a great way to increase the amount of housing, and I am very thankful for the work on putting funding towards the low-income housing, towards the guest house. So my thanks to all of you. I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you. But we need to go then. All right, thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. Yeah, pull the mic down so we can hear you, maybe a little more. And tell us what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Carol Libby, and I'm in the Rapid Creek section of town. I moved to Anchorage right out of college. So I've been here for 60 years. And I regret to say that I've never served on the Assembly, or I haven't really attended the community council meetings like I might have. But I do appreciate those of you, all of you, who do this work, because it is critical to our community, having you here much of the time and deciding what is going to take the community forward. There's so many things to love about this city. I dearly love the trail system. I use it often, and I appreciate it as a crown jewel of this community. It truly connects all of us. I see people young and old, fathers pushing their babies, mothers taking the little ones and their dogs for a walk. I also see people who have maybe not have a home, picking up trash and keeping the trails clean, though they are very well kept. We're all connected, and I'm grateful to be a part of it all. Within this mix of people, we have many with different stories who are in need of our support. They don't really fit into a square that's been made for them. So this is asking all of us to work together to find a way for us to support those of us who are not able to maintain the connected family, friends within the community. So I'm asking each of us to reach out and listen and share whatever it is we can to help develop the community that supports all of us. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just for members of the public, the code directs that the last speaker will begin before 6 o'clock. We have 5 minutes till that time, so we'll probably get to 2 more speakers. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, this is Jeannie Carey. I'm a downtown resident, and I want to thank you, Chair Constant, for your comments at the beginning of the meeting about ARPA and the $51 million and the resolution that the Assembly is considering, number 178. And I'm here to express concern. I'm the president of the Anchorage Hockey Association, and we're worried that this particular ARPA package does not include funds for the Sullivan Arena. And I believe that this returning the Sullivan Arena back into operational conditions does fall within the purpose of ARPA, which according to this particular resolution is intended to provide support to state, local, and tribal governments in responding to the impact of COVID-19 on communities, residents, and businesses. I think one thing people need to realize is that if the Sullivan doesn't come up and start running, then the teams that normally would play in the Sullivan, like the Wolverines or the Seawolves, will end up playing in the smaller rinks, and then that will push out the younger players. So this type of choosing not to fund returning the Sullivan Arena back to its operational status will affect the youth of our community. And so I want the Assembly to consider an amendment to allocate $2.5 million, which is a small amount of the ARPA funding, to bring our Sullivan Arena back into operational standards, which we all agree was highly impacted by this COVID pandemic, and that this resolution to bring the Sullivan back would be helping our youth, which, if you look at this long list, a lot of these items are intended to help our youth. And I don't know why there was 24 hours and 6 public work sessions, and it wasn't recognized how important this is to our community. I just want you to recognize that this has happened, and I'd like you to rectify it. I'm sorry that this process worked this way. If you want, I can read some of the stuff. I hope the Assembly has read it carefully, and I want you to think, is each one of these items as directly impacted as we are with the Sullivan Arena being offline for our community? Thank you.
Thank you. There are 2 people in the queue for you. Ms. Allard. Come back, please. Yeah,
Hi, thank you.
Yeah. Which one?
So to be fair,
Yes.
the Sullivan Arena going back into use for the hockey community, it's not just children. How many, and I believe I know it, but I want to hear from you, how many adults, children, and outside organizations use that facility that would also garner money coming into the economy? I'll help you, and ice skaters too.
Oh, absolutely. I am sorry that I can't give you that number.
Can I help you out?
Yes, you can help me. Thank you.
So it's roughly about 6,000 individuals. That doesn't include the community members, so
Could we come
thank you for
back to
bringing
this
that up.
when we deliberate the item, Mayor Bronson, because we can get one more speaker in before the time's up.
Do I not have the floor?
Thank you. I'm sorry, I would just, if we can, it's got to start right now if we're going to hear from this last person. And we're going to deliberate hockey later when the amendments come up, so please.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for
Come
your
on up,
question.
please, and we'll speak. Don't go anywhere. Yeah. Thank you. This will be the last speaker today. Welcome. Please tell us what part of town you're from and your name.
My name is Delmonicia Shanae Williams. I'm from District 6. I'm coming to you on behalf of Shiloh Community Housing. I am the president and CEO of the organization. I would like for you to support an amendment for the ARPA funding to fully fund the 3 requests that were brought forward from Shiloh Community Housing. One request was for affordable housing. We are an affordable housing development organization. We have our CHODO certification. The second request was for workforce development for ages 16 to 24. And the third request was for a community resource center. We're hoping that you will consider an amendment to join the business community in funding the resource center. We received a donation from GCI valued at $1.3 million of a building, and we're asking for funds to help renovate that building. The business community has come forward with us to develop what we've done in the last 21 years that we've been in existence. Not only Shiloh Community Housing has served this community, but also Shiloh Baptist Church. Shiloh Baptist Church continue to be part of the emergency response. Shiloh Community Housing, we want you to consider our track record. Look at what we've done over the last 21 years. The first affordable housing project we developed, we paid off this year with no assistance from anybody to run that program. Our workforce development is for 16 to 24-year-olds, and it marries with our program, transitional housing program that we have been operating since 2007 for that same population. Our mission is to end homelessness. This community resource system center is going to allow us to do that. Not only will it provide services for those that are living on the edge, this is to keep the housed, prevent homelessness. It's going to also provide child care for those parents while they're at the resource center, getting the education that we're going to be providing. The center will have an internet cafe. GCI also gave us 3 years of free internet. Internet cafe, commercial kitchen, health wellness, economic development wellness, and physical and mental health. Please reconsider the funding you have allocated so far and fund an amendment for Shiloh Community Housing. Like I said, go by our track record. We've proven what we're doing in this community, and we need your help. We need you to join the business community in making this come to life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that concludes our initial audience participation. But before we proceed, I'm going to ask for a motion to lay on the table item resolution. The following resolution. Resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage adopting the 2022 Housing and Community Development Annual Action Plan, which constitutes an application to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development for the Community Development Block Grant, the Home Investment Partnerships Program, and the Emergency Solutions Grant, and appropriates the 2022 program year grants from HUD in the amounts not to exceed $1,894,631 in CDBG entitlement when tendered, $86,991 in CDBG program income, $778,755 in home entitlement when tendered, and $163,790 when tendered in ESG entitlement, all to the Federal Grant Fund 241 for the Anchorage Health Department. Can I have a motion?
Move to incorporate. Second.
Move to lay on the table.
Thank you. The motion is to lay on the table. Moved by Ms. Alatel. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Cross. Thank you. And for this one, we have to use our laid on the table procedures because it is not supplementary, but it is time sensitive. So would ask the municipal manager to explain the time sensitivity.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item has gone through a robust number of hearings in the Hand Commission and other things. They're outlined in the document. In order to be eligible to receive these funds, we have to have this approved by the governing body and back to the state of Alaska by the 16th of this month. So the timeline is very short, and we ask the body to go ahead and take action on this item this evening.
So the motion before us, shall we lay this on the table? This takes 8 members to approve. Hearing, seeing no one, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
With a vote of 12-0, item 10E7 has been laid on the table. Next, I would ask for a motion to approve. Okay.
It's part of the consent agenda. We would pull it.
Number 10E.
Okay, this will be item 10E7. It'll be on the consent agenda. Okay, next we'll go through the consent agenda. We'll start with Mr. Vollen. Do you have any items you'd like to pull?
None, thank you.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. To pull 10E3, please.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson has pulled 10E3. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items this evening.
No items. Ms. LaFrance?
No items. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I should have started with Mr. Peterson. Any items?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Zalaton.
10 Charlie 2, please.
10 Charlie 2. Going down the dais, Mr. Cross.
No items, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items.
Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items this evening.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items.
And Ms. Allard.
10A1, please.
Thank you. We'll just go back through items. Ms. Allard pulled 10 Alpha 1. Ms. Zalatel pulled 10 Charlie 2. Ms. Quinn-Davidson pulled 10 Echo 3. Any other items? Hearing none. Ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
So moved.
Second.
I heard a motion, was that for Ms. Zalatel, and a second for Mr. Cross? Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. LaFrance, how do you vote on the consent agenda absent the items that were pulled?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
The consent agenda is passed 12-0. For the public's information, the Assembly is now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were pulled, which we'll take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are the 10G items.
Mr. Chair, I apologize, but I was hoping we could get an immediate reconsideration on the item that was laid on the table.
So, okay. Okay, so there's been a request by the administration to make an immediate reconsideration on item 10E7.
Mr. Chair, I have a previously declared conflict on this item with regard to the action plan.
Thank you. For that, Ms. Zalatel is excused. Get a motion to reconsider?
Motion to reconsider 10E7.
A motion to reconsider has been made by Mr. Salt and seconded by Mr. Cross. I assume you urge a no vote?
Correct, thank you.
That's correct.
Thank you. The question, shall we reconsider, has been called. Before us now, members are urged to vote no. Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. LaFrance, how do you vote on immediate reconsideration on 10E7?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
On a vote of 0 yes, 11 no, that item has failed to be reconsidered. Welcome back. Next, we'll have item 10A1.
Chair, move to approve.
1 second. Just trying to find it in my stack of things. Thanks. So item 10A1 is AR 2022-244, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing, honoring, and thanking the Anchorage Police Department in celebration of Back the Blue Day. Ms. Ellard.
Thank you, Chair. It looks up here that it was submitted on behalf of myself and Mr. Solti, but I also wanted to just add if any of the other members of the body wanted to add themselves to it as sponsors.
Please and thank you. So first, how about you make a motion to approve in a second, and then we'll do that. Ms. Allard?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Would you make a motion to approve?
I already did. Oh, move to approve.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Allard, seconded by Mr. Cross. And the question is, does anybody wish to be added as a sponsor? And I'm happy to.
Please, thank you.
Please add me as a sponsor too.
Sure, I'd like to be added.
Yep.
Me as well.
Me,
Okay. Does
me too,
anybody-
LaFrance here.
Anybody know?
Peterson as well.
Okay. Because gone the other way. Yep. Okay. That is sponsored by all members. So. Okay, I would ask for unanimous consent on this item. That item passes the body unanimously. Who is reading and who's presenting?
I'll be reading, Chair, and Randy's going to be presenting.
All right, thank you.
Could the
Have the
APD come down, please? As a resolution of Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing, honoring, and thanking the Anchorage Police Department in celebration of Back the Blue Day. Whereas the Anchorage Police Department provides law enforcement and protection services to the municipality of Anchorage 24/7, 365 days a year. And whereas the Anchorage Police Department is at work in all aspects of our community, keeping our streets, our neighborhoods safe by protecting vulnerable populations, children, property, and schools, managing crises, traffic control, crime prevention and detection, SWAT, and emergency responses, engaging with the community, and escorting wobbly-legged baby moose safely across the street, to name a few. And whereas thousands of Alaskans from all walks of life became first responders, including firefighters, police officers, Alaska State Troopers, members of the United States Army Corps of Engineers, the Alaska Army National Guard, and the Alaska Air National Guard medics, doctors, nurses, municipal workers, ham radio operators, and many others who selflessly serve the state and their fellow Alaskans during this time of great need. Whereas the Anchorage Police Department Emergency Communications Center serves as the initial answering point for the city, encompassing more than 100 square miles and handles approximately 400,000 911 calls annually. Whereas 13 new APD officers graduated on June 9th, and whereas the Anchorage Police Department Citizen Academy promotes and enhances citizen understanding and awareness of APD's role in our community, and had 25 students participate in Spring Citizen Academy this year. And whereas during the Operation Crime Suppression Blizzard in March, APD issued 74 traffic citations, arrested 28 people, 16 for shoplifting, seized 8 guns, and impounded 5 vehicles during a 3-day crime suppression operation. And whereas recently, 9 agencies joined together for a crime suppression sweep and focused on violent offenders. Those efforts resulted in 66 arrests, the seizure of multiple drugs, 4 firearms, and $3,800 cash. 23 felony warrants and 25 misdemeanor warrants were served. Additionally, 11 new felony charges and 29 new misdemeanor charges were filed. That's a lot. Thank you, but I'm going to continue to read. Whereas throughout the year, the Anchorage Police Department participates and builds rapport in our community with events like the Clothesline Project, Shop with the Cop, Project Angel Tree, Coffee with the Cop, Snack Time with APD, participating in races, citywide cleanup, drunk driving, awareness programs, and school every 15 minutes, sledding with the APD, and biking with the APD. And I could vouch that we also had donuts in Eagle River with the APD. Whereas in May, 5 Anchorage police officers participated in the National Police Unity Tour, biking approximately 300 miles from New Jersey to Washington, D.C. for National Law Enforcement Memorial Week. And whereas law enforcement officers put their lives on the line every day in duty and sacrifice for the good of our community. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that the Anchorage, on August the 15th, this is the second annual one, last year was the first, shall be observed as Back the Blue Day in honor and recognition of the faithful and Facial services provided to the residents of the municipality of Anchorage and by the Anchorage Police Department, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly the 9th day of August, 2022.
You just turned it off.
Turn it on.
There you go.
You think I'd know after as many assembly meetings. So on behalf of the men and women of the Anchorage Police Department, I want to thank the Assembly, the administration, and especially the citizens of Anchorage for your continued support of the Anchorage Police Department.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know many of us are thinking about the officer who was injured in Centennial Park, and first I think we all want to express our support for him, but also, can you provide any update? How is he doing?
Well, I currently have 3 officers out that were shot. One had surgery today. That was the one who was shot about 4 months ago. The one who was shot most recently, he's home with his family, recovering nicely.
Good. Very glad to hear that. Thank you, Chief.
Seeing no one in the queue, I'll put myself there briefly. Chief, thanks for your service and to your teams, and there are some very familiar faces in this crowd to those of us who sit here week in and week out on this assembly. And it hasn't always been that we've had such a presence at these meetings, but to those of you who have given up so many nights of your life to ensure that the city's business gets done, from myself, I'm sure the members and the staff of this municipality, we express our gratitude to you.
Thank you.
Next, we have item 10C2, AM 421-2022, recommendation of award to Pinnacle Construction, Inc., Pinnacle for UST replacement and dispenser addition for the municipality.
Waive reading.
Thank you. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
There's a motion.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move amendment number 1 submitted by the administration.
Amendment number 1 has been moved by Ms. Zalatel. Is there a second? Mr. Presverdia, seconds.
And briefly, this is to correct part of the fund certification on line 42. Thank you.
All right, so there is an amendment. The amendment changes the fund certification. Hearing and seeing no one, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Ms. LaFrance, on the amendment?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
A vote of 12-0, that amendment passes. Now we have the main motion before us. Anyone wish to be in the queue? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on AM 421-2022 as amended.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
On a vote of 12-0, AM 421-2022 as amended has passed the body. Next, we have item 10E3. Just one sec. Item 10E3, a resolution AR 2022-238, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $750,000.65 as a grant from the Southern Region EMS Council to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants 231 Anchorage Fire Department to support the mobile crisis team. Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
Sorry, second.
Moved by Ms. Quinn-Davidson, seconded by Mr. Dunbar, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I pulled this, I absolutely support it, but just have some questions for the administration. So in our amended budget for 2022, the Assembly put in enough funds to operate our mobile crisis team 24/7 in order to take strain off of APD and also deal with mental health crises in a really effective and efficient way. And that's great, but my understanding is that has not started yet, going 24/7, and now we're getting a grant for $750,000, which is great. Can you talk to me, maybe it's Ms. Domboski, I'm not sure, but about what that grant will be used for, how it will complement or offset other funds we've appropriated, and also give an update on the July 1 24/7 status. Thank you.
Through the chair, Member Quinn-Davidson, I predicted this question, so I actually have an email from Deputy Chief Monfort, which I'll just briefly read. This grant is from the state of Alaska being administered through Southern Region EMS Council. The grant was FY 2022 funding for hospital decompression services for which MCT qualifies. The fiscal year ended July 1, but the money can be spent retroactively to January 1. We will use it to cover the cost of MCT for the first half of this year, freeing up MOA funding for the balance of the year. So that was the response directly from AFD Deputy Chief. With respect to the 24/7 MCT, we are moving in that direction. Just last week, I think it was last week or maybe it was earlier this week, my days run together, I had a meeting with law, HR, and OMB, because as you, I think, are aware, we have been working feverishly to try to figure out a legal path forward to implement MCT 24/7. There's been some challenges with the AMEA contract and the IAF contract. In order to go straight 24/7, the way it was originally, I think, conceptualized would be a violation of both contracts pursuant to what law and HR has told me. I think they're very close to coming up with a solution that gets us to that same goal, but we have to do so mindful of both of those contracts so we're not in violation of those CBAs. So we're moving forward, we're making progress. I was really encouraged, and I think probably within the next couple of weeks, I think they'll have a final solution.
Can I ask a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair? Thanks, Ms. Domboski, that's super helpful. So will the administration then, if we're using the $750,000 in lieu of alcohol tax money, will you then be bringing a proposal to use that alcohol tax money for something else, or are you hoping just to let it roll into 2022 fund balance and then see where that leads us?
That is a great question. I can't answer that, but I can check with OMB and see what their strategy and thoughts were behind it, and the fire department too.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question as well, so probably for Ms. Domboski. I was looking at the budget to actuals through June 30th, 2022 for the alcohol tax, and it shows we've only spent $144,237 on the mobile crisis team. So I'm a little bit confused. Are we only going to be able to recover that much money then from this grant?
When was that status? I don't have that report in front of me, Ms. Zalatel. Does it have all of the through the end of the year posted?
It has through June 30, 2022. It was from the July 21 Budget and Finance Committee meeting.
Okay. I would question that number, and simply because I know the Controller's Office just recently closed April, so I'm not confident that number actually reflects the fully posted charges through May and June. I would have to check with them to make sure it does, but I can certainly do that. Can you restate for me one more time your question, simply so I can accurately record it?
Well, just as I read this grant, it says that we can go back and charge from January to June 2022 up to $750,000. And what I'm seeing here is that we haven't even spent $750,000 on the mobile crisis team. So I just wanted to make sure we reconcile that, given that there's quite a delta between those numbers.
Absolutely, and I will reassure you that we will chase every bit of eligible dollars that we can, and I will just double check with those departments to make sure all the fees have been posted. It seems very low to me, so I'm just skeptical to give you an answer right now. Thank you.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Domboski, is the acting OMB director available tonight?
I don't think she's on the bridge. Mr. Dunbar, I don't believe she's on the bridge right now, but I'll certainly call her during the break and see if I can and get some answers from her.
Okay, I guess I just want to communicate. I want to make sure that I believe our budget analyst made a request of OMB and the administration that we sort of drill down on the alcohol tax at the next Budget and Finance Committee meeting, which is next week. And I think that would be a great time to go over these same questions we've raised tonight regarding the MCT.
Absolutely. And Mr. Dunbar, I just, Ms. Peterson we have had a conversation about the alcohol tax, and I know she's planning on doing that. So I know that's on her radar for sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Allard, would you like to vote on this item? Thank you.
On a vote of 12 to 0, item 10E3 AR 2022-238 has passed the body. Now we'll take our regularly scheduled dinner break. Thank you, everybody. Bye. So the first thing I'm going to ask for is a motion to change the order of the day, to move first item 13A to the end of the agenda, and then item 11A after that, and take up the rest of the business before that.
I move to change the order of the day to take up items 13A and then 11A after all other remaining items.
Second.
So I have a motion by Ms. Zalto, a second by Mr. Volland. Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, the agenda has been changed. So next up on the agenda, we will take up item number 14A. Anchorage Ordinance 2022-71, an ordinance repealing and reenacting AMC Chapter 3.95 to update the records and information management to reflect modern operational considerations. All right. The public hearing for this item is now open. Actually, before I open the public hearing, I want to state it's the intent of the leadership to move this item to the meeting of September 13th for final deliberation, but the public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Okay, the public hearing is now closed. And I would ask for a motion to postpone this item to the meeting of September 13th.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, second by Mr. Dunbar. Sure. This item is close to being done, but it's not quite done. There are just some questions about the process for how the record updates get reported to the Assembly. The attorneys are working on this now, and we should have a full analysis of that done by that meeting. So, any other members wish to speak on this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion postponed to September 13th.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, AO 2022-71 has been continued to the meeting of September 13th. Next, we will have item 15A.
14B.
I'm sorry, 14B.
Mr. Chair, may I say something to this before we start?
Please.
It's the intent of the sponsors to continue public testimony of this also to September 13th. If people are planning to testify tonight, we are going to have a work session on this, and we might have an S version, a substitute version too. So it might make sense to hold off on testifying. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So I'll read this item into the record. It's item 14B, AO 2022-75, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to submit to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition that would increase the residential real property tax exemption upon voter approval. Anchorage Municipal Code 12.15.015 accordingly. Anyone in the public wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Okay, we're hearing and seeing none tonight. I would ask the member for a motion to continue the public hearing to September 13th.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Quinn Davidson, seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Anyone wish to speak to the item?
Mr. Constant, can I add something?
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
I just wanted to add, in addition to what Mr. Dunbar said, that we're hoping to get feedback from the Budget Advisory Commission, and that's part of the reason for postponing it. And they're meeting Thursday. Mr. Dunbar is going to be there to talk with them, and I think Courtney Peterson and maybe others from the administration. And then they'll put together some sort of resolution. We, of course, don't know what it will say yet, that they will vote on at their September 8th meeting. So we just want to give them a little more time to weigh in on the process since it's not urgent. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion to continue to September 13th.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Salt?
On a vote of 12 to 0, AO 2022-75 has been, the public hearing on AO 2022-75 has been continued to September 13th. Next on the agenda, we have item 15A. This is under the quasi-judicial or administrative matters and special orders section. Item in this agenda category typically involve applications for liquor or marijuana license and or a special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. These items are typically public hearing items. Administrative matters in this category may include election certification, etc. So before us now is 15A, Resolution AR 2022-239, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the transfer of municipal marijuana cultivation license M13614 to Bay One LLC DBA Grace Flower.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Any member of the public wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
That is moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Anyone wish to speak to the item? Hearing nobody, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
A vote of 12-0, AR 2022-239 has passed the body. Next, we will scroll back in the agenda to item 13A. Come on up, everybody. We're going to open the public hearing. Resolution AR 2022-178, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly appropriating American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 local fiscal recovery funds in the amount not to exceed $51,658,683 when tendered to the Federal Direct Grants Fund 241900. Public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. The microphone isn't on. Hit the blue or green button. There it is. You're good.
All right, great, thank you. Thank you, Lord. I am Celeste Hodge Groudon, President and CEO of the Alaska Black Caucus. I live in Potter Marsh. The Alaska Black Caucus is a Black-led 501c3 nonprofit, nonpartisan organization with the mission to assert the constitutional rights of African Americans in Alaska. Thank you, Anchorage Assembly, for continuing to support the work of our great organization. Since refounding in 2019, the Alaska Black Caucus has played a critical role in amplifying the voices of BIPOC communities, with an emphasis on the Black community to address the disparities in education, economics, health, and justice. The municipality of Anchorage and this assembly have supported our work through distribution of funds for our organizing and capital expenses throughout the pandemic. Thank you. It's been an exciting year for the Alaska Black Caucus. With the support of the Municipality of Anchorage Health Department, we recently published the first ever, let me repeat that, the first ever Black Alaskans Health Status Report and Needs Assessment, which highlighted what we already know. Disparities continue to exist in, yes, the Black community in Alaska, many of which were only exacerbated by the pandemic. Because, though, of your support, we were able to purchase our first home, the Equity Center, and we're positioned to complete renovations that will allow us to serve this community for years to come. We're thankful for that. The Equity Center will be a home for the Alaska Black Caucus, yes, and a cultural and economic hub for Black people, people of color, and allies to organize together. The Equity Center is a physical space for people who experience the burden of racism in our community, a place to find culturally relevant resources to thrive in all endeavors by supporting BIPOC students, entrepreneurs, artists, businesses, and community-based organizations. The Equity Center will benefit all Alaskans.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thanks. My name's Marissa Hansen. I live in South Anchorage. So I'm Marissa Hansen. I'm the clinical director for Alaska Behavioral Health School-Based Services. Alaska Behavioral Health had clinicians on site providing services, school-based behavioral health services at Betty Davis East High, Bartlett High, Begage Middle, Muldoon Elementary, and Chester Valley Elementary, and clinical associates at schools across the district last year. This year, we have expanded to Clark Middle School and plan to continue to expand to more schools. The Anchorage School District is working towards increasing equitable distribution of mental health services across the district, and the school board is wanting to nearly double the number of students with access to mental health services through a school partnership with behavioral health agencies. School-based behavioral health care normalizes care and increases access to services. Students miss less academic time, and transportation barriers are reduced. Services in schools include mental health assessments, individual, family, and group therapy, assistance to students in elementary school classrooms needing support with regulation and focus, and access to medical care and community supports through our larger team. Alaska Behavioral Health was glad to see public notice and a public process with this round of ARPA funding so that funding can be distributed equitably. We requested ARPA funding to increase our ability to provide services to staff, families, and students that is non-reimbursable through insurance. These services include prevention trainings and activities, consultation and coordination with staff, and outreach to families. These additional services are shown to increase connection between teachers and students, improve social engagement with peers, and improve engagement in academics. Alaska Behavioral Health was disappointed to learn that the draft plan is to grant all of the available funding for school-based services to VOA, who also received a non-competitive grant from the state for this project. We work collaboratively with VOA on school-based services, meeting monthly with the Anchorage School District, VOA, and Providence as one of the 3 entities who has an MOU with the district to provide behavioral health services. Anchorage and Alaska need many behavioral health providers. We are hopeful that there will be an amendment to address the inequity. Thank you.
We have a member in the queue to speak to you. Ms. Allard, you have the floor.
Thank you, Marissa. What was the amount? I did an amendment. What was the amount that you requested, please?
$840,000.
Could you tell me what 50,000 would get you? And specifically what you actually do too. Do you do hearing tests, eye tests for those individuals and those children that don't have access to the insurance or get reimbursed?
So, hold on, I think I'm hearing 2 separate questions. One was, what would $50,000 do? So $50,000 would fund a little less than half a clinician. And then the second question, I think, was around medical care. So in our medical care, we offer psychiatric care and then primary care services for people who are receiving behavioral health care.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. We'll take one more person in person, and then we'll do one on the phone. So please welcome, please state your name, what part of town you're from. Mr. Volland.
I just want to do a point of information. I don't see an amendment from Member Allard on that last topic.
I heard from council that an amendment will be coming.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. Please state your name for the record and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Joan Ryan Este. I'm from the Taku-Campbell area, and I'm the board president of Enlaces.
Hi, my name is Jaron Pelagio, and I'm also on the board of Enlaces Alaska, and I am in the Diamond Taku area as well.
So we try to keep it to one person at a time testifying.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let me tell you a little bit about Enlaces. We are a 501c3 with a mission to educate, empower, and engage Alaska Latino community. Enlaces was created because we realized there was not a place for the Latino community to get resources and get connected with all the different services our state provides. In Anchorage, the Latino community is 8% of its population. And to better understand the disparities and barriers that affect the Latino community, we need to do a needs assessment. This is why it's crucial for us to get the full amount requested. We appreciate the work you have done allocating the ARPA funds, and we ask you to consider approving the amendment put forward by Assembly Felix Rivera. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see anyone in the queue to ask questions. So next.
Chair, I do.
Oh, okay, Ms. Allard, go ahead.
Where do you work out of? Do you have your own building?
No, we're all volunteers.
Have you requested to have your own building?
Excuse me, what?
Have you requested to have your own building to work out of for the Latina community?
No, we don't have the funds to do that. We're all volunteer board members right now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So next we'll go to someone on the phone and then we'll come back. The first name on the list is Katie Larson.
So please welcome.
Hello. Hello, is this Ms. Larson?
Yes.
Hi, Ms. Larson. This is Christopher Constant with the Anchorage Assembly. We are doing our public hearing on ARPA funding. You will have 3 minutes. Please.
Yes, I do.
State your name and what part of town you're from and take the floor.
My name is Katie Larson. I am the Grants and Communications Manager at the Alaska Zoo, and we're located in South Anchorage Hillside area. And I have been privileged to work for the zoo for the past 24 years. Our mission has stayed true to its inception back in 1969. We care for Alaska's wildlife in need and create educational and enriching programs and events for both residents and tourists. On an annual basis, we have 180,000 visitors, of which 4,000 are zoo members and 10,000 visit for school field trips. Thousands more participate each year in our distance learning and education programs. We provide free and reduced field trips for Title I schools, emerging reader programs, services for those with limited mobility, camps with full summer child care hours, programs for scouts, and safe community events like Zoo Lights and Zoo Boo. We donate $10,000 each year in zoo services to local community organizations, schools, and youth sports to support their fundraising. We allow free use of our facilities for community planning meetings, and we partner with local, state, and federal entities for public events, awareness campaigns such as bear safety, and to provide hundreds of animals homes at our zoo. For those animals we can't permanently house, we place hundreds at other respected zoos and wildlife facilities. We take great pride in being a good community partner, a destination for tourists, a safe outdoor space, and a leader in community education, and a place where kids can come to connect with animals. The zoo's role in the community led to our designation as one of 5 cultural pillars, a group of long-standing organizations which enrich the quality of life for residents and tourists. I am here tonight to ask you to reconsider our request for funds for property expansion. The pillar organizations applied separately, and it was mentioned that we might possibly be grouped together. However, we were saddened to see that only one of the pillar organizations appeared in this resolution. The zoo is supplying a 100% private match to the requested amount of $425,000. If our request is granted, it will help to offset the impact of this unforeseen expense to our 2022 operational budget. This expense came unforeseen as the seller chose to sell at a time when the zoo is seeing increases in supply costs due to high fuel prices and attendance slowdowns due to the extensive O'Malley Road construction. Given its location adjacent to zoo grounds, it was critical to secure this property. In our planning, this expansion will include new areas for community use and education. We hope you will reconsider and amend the resolution to include our request. This $425,000, of which we are 100% matching, will make a huge difference for our nonprofit and will allow us to continue our contributions to the economic resilience of Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, sir. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. We'll have 3
Thank you.
minutes.
Andy Lohman is my name. I live in South Anchorage, 99515. I'd like to provide testimony on Resolution AR 2022-178 in support of the $1.9 million in proposed funding to VOA Alaska's school-based mental health program and access and engagement team so that we can provide essential mental health services and support to Anchorage youth within multiple schools in the Anchorage School District as well as within the community. I would venture to say that the vast majority, if not everyone in this room, especially throughout the pandemic, has been touched by mental health challenges among our youth. And the ability to provide services starts with that initial connection, that first contact. And while that can certainly happen from home or from within the community, there's no better place for that initial connection than at school. And it can come from a teacher, it can come from a counselor, it can even come from peers. And to have that consistent availability for VOA Alaska's mental health services is essential for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, and over the years, thousands of those initial connections. We are in approximately 10 schools right now. The programs go well. The goal here is to increase that and increase the number of initial connections with VOA Alaska with these kids that need mental health services. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Welcome. Please, though I don't need to know, tell us your name and what part of town you're from, Mr. Wesley.
Good evening. My name is Ed Wesley. I reside in Assembly District 1. I'm here on behalf of Shiloh Community Housing. I'm the chairman of the board. We are focused on homeless prevention. We've been in the business for 21 years. We're partnering with the business community to make that a focus. There's a lot of money that's been spent on the emergency situation that exists in our city. But I think it's very, very important that we also look at prevention. We don't need to continue to buy additional buckets when we have a leak. We have to focus on plugging that leak. And I say to the administration, we are part of the homeless emergency response. We are the shelter, Shiloh Church. And I also see you in our advertisement. I would hope you would champion our cause. This faith-based organization wants to prevent homelessness. That is our mission. We have a resource center that the building was donated to us by GCI, 13,000 square feet in Mountain View area. We will have services such as a furniture bank. We have seen situations where people have been given homes, apartments, but there's no furniture, so it doesn't feel like home. In addition to having a furniture bank, we will have an internet cafe. The internet cafe will be designed so that the business community and others could come in. A lot of times individuals are ashamed of their situation. So we have that as an entry point to come in and have access to the services that we will have in the building. Services such as financial literacy, assistance, rent assistance, and also all the contacts that is needed to deal with homelessness. We've been in business for 21 years. We have a 14-plex in Mountain View, targeting 18 to 24-year-olds. We've been running that since 2007. I asked again the administration, please support our cause if we are part of the emergency response for this city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, after this speaker, we'll take another caller. Please, sir, state your name for the record and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Are you talking to me? My name is Timothy Alan Sanchez Beers. I live in District 1. I am a homeless man that I am staying at the Guest House Hotel. And I have come here tonight to speak on behalf of Pastor Prince and his Revive Alaska organization. It is a program geared to help homeless people go from homelessness and into housing. And some of the programs that they have to offer seem too good to be true, but I've gone over everything. They've shared with me their plans. They've showed me how the properties are going to look like, but they offer other programs. And one of the things that they have to offer is the Help Me Heal Now program, offers counseling programs, also virtual counseling. They have the Bridge the Gap initiative, empowering, educating, and advocating for justice and equality in Alaska. They have the Homeless Entrepreneur Supportive Housing Program, going from hopeless to hopeful, Also, that's educating, training, and empowering. And the one that I want to focus on is the Comfort Homes program that's going to be out there off of Independence by O'Malley by the zoo. And out there, they need funding so they can complete the project they have going. They're going to have 80 units available, and that can get many people out of, it's for seniors and veterans, I should tell you first. It's for seniors and veterans, not just for everybody. But they're going to have 80 units, and that's going to take at least a couple hundred people off the streets or out of the shelters. And I am a candidate for the program, and I know they need funding. They need like $1.6 million, but if you can, give them more, because this is the real deal. You're talking about getting people off the streets. This program, through Revive Alaska and Pastor Prince, like I said, is the real thing. This is not only geared to get people out of homelessness, but it's to change and transform their lives so that they can really live their lives. Going from homelessness into getting back into the community and the swing of things, it takes time to do that. But they're going to offer counseling, case management, food bank. They have the whole package. All we need is your help to get that extra funding, and I'm begging you, please help them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to take next caller on the list, be Karen Button.
Hi, this is Karen.
Hello, Ms. Button. This is Christopher Constant with the Anchorage Assembly. We're taking public testimony on the ARPA funding resolution.
Hi, yes, thank you for having me. I'm sorry for the noise in the background. I'm on a site visit right now.
You'll have 3 minutes if you're ready to go.
Okay, yes, I'm ready to go. Thank you. Okay, my name is Karen Button. I am the board president of Friends of Fish Creek. And I just wanted to mostly be present this evening via phone to say thank you so much, all of you, for your support of Fish Creek and for our proposal for $500,000 to do a watershed-wide feasibility study. And I just wanted to thank you all and see if you had any questions moving forward.
Thank you. If anyone has questions during our public testimony, or after the public hearing, we have your number we can call.
Okay, great. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name, what part of town you're from.
Yes, I'm Karen Barnard. I've lived in various sections of Anchorage, South Anchorage, downtown, right now, West Anchorage, and I'm addressing domestic violence. I see there's only 51 million available of the ARPA funds on this disbursement. I'm also an advanced researcher, and I've been talking to women around town. I only know of one woman who was able to get a protective order. 2018, there was 8,000 applied for. 2021, I hear that number is still 8,000 per year for Anchorage alone. So I went talking to attorneys, and they told me they were required to volunteer. And so I asked one particular attorney. He says he's already put in $85,000 in volunteer funds. How much does it cost for a protection order? Oh, about $5,000. So this is why women are not getting protected, because they cannot afford such a technical piece of paper. Now, there is a book called Invisible Chains, and it talks about the terror that domestic violence victims suffer, essentially living under the stress of mafia-type programming. They are not able to stand up in court and defend themselves because they have multiple flashbacks. Their abuser is 20 feet away. You try that. Other victims of crime are represented by the city or the state. They get an attorney, yet the women with children who are domestic violence survivors are required to do this on their own. It's impossible. So Alaska's DV statute is defective. We can't fix that, but we can put money toward legal fees. Now, I talked to council on DVSA. I also talked to Cook Inlet Tribal Council and the Alaska Legal Services. They each have like maybe there's 4 attorneys for the entire state. It's pitiful. We need money. Women need to be able to get protection. And the only protection orders I saw were a woman who had hospital bills. But if you're smart enough to avoid being almost killed, there is no hope for you. It's essentially, our court is a protect to perp program. And I've done the research, and it's mystery. We have a law, it's a self-service court. But if you don't have that technical ability and you have flashbacks, you can't get a protection order. So please consider. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take one more before we do the final one on the phone. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is
Chair,
Alyssa
point of
Bish,
order.
and I live in the Sand Lake area, and I am here today.
Hold on just a minute. We have a point of order, so please, Ms. Ellard.
Yeah, it's not about you. So Chair, I heard you just say that this would be the last testimony.
That's
No?
not what I said.
Okay, I apologize. I have 2 people who are racing down here.
Yeah, no, what I said was that we'll take this testimony and then I'll take the next one on the phone,
Okay.
which is the last one on the phone.
Okay.
And then it'll be everyone in the room.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
And sorry to interrupt. We'll go ahead and start your time again.
Thank you. So as I said, my name is Alyssa Bish. I am from the Sand Lake area. I am here today representing VOA Alaska. I am the Director of Strategy and Impact. And I am here to thank the Assembly for continuing to recognize the importance of mental health supports within schools. With your investment a couple years ago through the CARES ARPA funds, the first round, we were able to expand our services from 4 schools within the school district to 10. So you made it possible for students within 6 additional schools to receive mental health supports on site within their schools. So no transportation issues, no scheduling, nothing like that. They could walk down the hallway and access supports. VOA Alaska has been providing mental health and behavioral health supports in Alaska for over 40 years, and we have been working within the school district since 2015. When we first began, we were within the school-based health centers, and we expanded to have a 3-tiered model, which is the multi-tiered systems of support within the 10 schools that we are in 2020. And that model provides the early intervention and prevention services as well as targeted and intensive supports. So this means that not only do the youth who need intensive mental health services get that one-on-one therapy, but they also get broader supports in their classrooms and in the school environment, teacher consultations, all of that great stuff. One of the reasons that this is so important, and we really appreciate that you continue to recognize that this is important and these services are important. The state released last week an update on their drug overdose mortality statistics, and for the age ranges of 15 to 24, from 2017 to 2021, there was a 145% increase in overdose deaths of our youth. So we are able to, through mental health services, kind of intervene earlier on before they're kind of getting to the point where they're having mental health struggles and getting to the point where they're turning to substances to cope. So school supports are essential and important, and as the provider who has been within the school district since 2015 and working with ASD and Providence, we would appreciate your continued support and thank you for including us.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll go to Crystal Hoke on the phones.
Hi, this is Crystal.
Hello, Ms. Hoke. This is Christopher Constant with the Anchorage Assembly. We're taking testimony on AR 2022-178 ARPA funding. You'll have 3 minutes. Please tell us your name, what part of town you're from, and you have the floor.
Good evening, Assembly members and the leaders in the administration. My name is Crystal Hoke, and I'm a resident of Girdwood. I know that many of you have heard from mothers, fathers, Little Bear staff, as well as supportive community members via testimony over the years, and even more through email over the past several months. I am wanting to express thanks for including the Girdwood Workforce Child Care Project in your ARPA distributions, and here are calls for this critical need. Although we did not meet our requested amount, we are grateful for the commitment from the community to solve our child care issues. I was a fly on the wall for nearly every one of your work sessions, and I greatly appreciate the time and deliberations that were publicly discussed to get to this point. For those who are unaware, the only full-time licensed child care in Girdwood exists in a building which was built by volunteers in the 1960s. Little Bear's Playhouse has been operating out of this building since 1982, so this marks 40 years this year. The roof must be shoveled when the snow is over 3 inches high on the roof to avoid roof collapse. To put that into perspective, the ski resort received over 800 inches of snow this year. The building was nearly condemned in 2011. 11 years later, our community's children are still in the same building. Getting this funding is a huge step forward in the goal of realizing a new child care facility. We realize that Girdwood is a valuable part of Anchorage, which is utilized by a great deal of people far beyond our full-time population. Girdwood sends valuable tax dollars to Anchorage. For example, Girdwood sends between $1.5 to $2 million each year in bed tax alone, which our community does not see any amount reinvested back into Girdwood. This ARPA allocation is extremely meaningful to solve what I see as our community's most pressing need and will indirectly support all other industries in the region. Thank you to those on the Assembly who advocated for child care as a priority. I see these funds as being borrowed from the next generation and so thankful to see this direct investment that will have an impact over many decades. We look forward to meeting that match and realizing our goal of a new and safe child care facility in Girdwood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please come on down. Folks, if you'd like to testify on this item, queue on up. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name's Joan Lauer. I live in District 6. I'm the president of the board of Little Bear's Playhouse Incorporated Child Care Center in Girdwood. I'd like to begin by thanking the members of the Assembly for allocating $1.6 million of ARPA funds toward the Girdwood Workforce Child Care Project. I'd like to emphasize 3 points tonight. The first, Girdwood Workforce faces a child care shortage. The second is there is only one licensed child care center in Girdwood, and there are no other providers in our area that are licensed. And the third, Girdwood Fire and Rescue plays the role of a regional first responder center, and those first responders definitely need child care. Girdwood, like downtown Anchorage, is a financial driver for the Muni and is a popular tourist destination. Our workforce is experiencing a grave lack of child care capacity, and the Girdwood Workforce Child Care Project will remedy the situation. As you know, in order for employees to work in our tourism, restaurant, hospitality, healthcare, and other industries, the workforce needs available, safe child care services. If you're a tourist visiting Girdwood, you expect to find our many businesses open and operating. Currently, our only licensed child care center does not have the capacity to amply serve our workforce, and driving to Anchorage to the next closest center is not practical. Little Bear's Playhouse is celebrating our 40th year as a licensed, nonprofit child care center. We operate out of an antiquated 1960s plywood building that serves as a one-room preschool. The Girdwood Healthcare Center and Girdwood Fire and Rescue each serve a much greater area than just Girdwood. Our healthcare workers and first responders provide services to the entire Turnagain-Arm region. In order to be able to go to work, our workforce desperately needs dependable child care that can be counted on. Thank you again for understanding our desperate need and for the allocation of the $1.6 million of American Rescue Plan Act funds toward our project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please come on down. Welcome, sir. Please state your name and what part of town you're from, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Very good. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Richard Fagan. I'm from Eagle River.
I am the immediate past president of the Eagle River Lions Club, and I'm here to speak tonight in favor of the ARPA second round grants resolution for the Eagle River Lions Foundation. For almost 60 years, since the land comprising Eagle River Lions Community Park was permitted to our club, since the first field was cleared and the rocks raked by a young boy who is now a past president of our club, and the son of another past president of our club, of whom this body most recently honored for his 50 years of service to the community through our Lions Club. Excuse me. The Eagle River Lions Club has been committed and devoted to ensuring that Eagle River Lions Community Park is open to the public for their enjoyment, recreation, and exercise, all of which I'm sure helped many members of our community deal with the stresses and hardship that the pandemic brought. When House Bill 304 was introduced as a solution to the land permitting problem that we were facing and was subsequently passed, our club was well aware of the challenges this would entail, the financial burdens not being the least of them. We knew this, and we dedicated our full efforts to make sure that these challenges will be met and overcome, because we know just how important Eagle River Lions Community Park is to the Eagle River, Chugach, and Jay Bear community. We hope that you will see fit to pass this amendment and the resolution and award the Eagle River Lions Foundation with these grant monies so we can get this transition completed and focus our energies and thoughts on other ways so we can serve our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Member Walland has a question for you. Before you go, come on back.
Hi there, I'm over here.
Yes, sir.
I know your testimony was on the park, but there's another Lions Club piece about vision screening in schools, and that's something that's near and dear to my heart.
Absolutely.
As I'm an optometrist. I'm not a Lion, but I wondered if you would just speak very briefly to the mission of the Lions Club when it comes to vision.
Well, vision is our main goal. That's one of our main projects. That grant request is probably from a different Lions Club because we have many in the municipality. There's one of our sister club, the Sleeping Lady Mountain Lions Club. They focus primarily on vision with our vision screening trailer, taking the apparatus to the schools, screening kids to make sure their eyes are okay. And we take it also up to the fair. We take it to events that we host, things like that. So kids are free to come in and get their eyes checked, and we let them know if they need to go get looked at, which some parents don't necessarily realize.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard also has a question for you.
Thank you. Hey, Tiny, I just talked to, I can't remember, is it Karen, about the eye exams, and they're about $17,000 for each one of them, and I'm volunteering at the fair to do the exams.
Yes.
But my question to you is if you guys receive it on behalf of us, Eagle River Lions, does that mean that we can't, we don't have the vision testing at all within Eagle River Lions? It's only in the Sleeping Lady Lions?
No, they have, our district owns some of the equipment. The district owns a trailer that we take around that we set up at different events, but a lot of the clubs have their own little screeners that they're, the ones you're talking about, the $16,000 piece of equipment that basically you hold up, click a button when the kids are looking at the screen that tells them if their eyes are good.
Okay, thanks, Tiny.
Can I say one more thing? I would be happy to volunteer with you, Jamie.
Then you need to become a Lions at Eagle River.
We'll sign you up.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Now.
And you have sponsors right here.
That's right. They're good.
Thank you and welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Ryan Johnston. I am the incoming president. I am president as of July 1st, walking behind a very large shadow, Tiny. So not only do we vision, the park is very dear to my heart. I'm second generation, born in Eagle River, Chugach. My kids are third. My parents played on this park. I've played on this park, and my kids are playing on this park. And as a leader, my vision is to help bring in the younger generation, kids and stuff like that, to step into the role. A lot of our old hierarchy is, they're a lot of Vietnam veterans. They've held this torch a long time, and now they're handing the torch to me. There's some other things that we do. We have Pop Warner, that's 700 kids that we affect. Connect Little League, that's 600 kids. We have Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, that's another 50 kids that we affect. We're now moving in, we got the tennis courts that were just done, so we're working with ASD to get some of those teams to play on those courts as well. We have Horseshoe, we're nationally sanctioned Horseshoe Club that affect, that's about 24 adults that go all over the country. Snowcross, that's another 60-plus kids. We do an Easter egg hunt annually. That's like 4,000 kids come to that event. We do 12,000 eggs for that, which is like, it's a lot of planning. The 3rd of July extravaganza, we do that every year. That's 3,500 community members that come to that. We do the New Year's function with ACF, fireworks and all that. That's another 1,000 community members. So this park is very dear to my heart, and it affects a lot of the community. There's thousands and thousands of people that this affects. So we appreciate your consideration for the $125,000 for the land transfer, and look forward to hearing your guys' vote. Appreciate you very much. Thank you.
So, sir, hold on. I have a question.
Absolutely.
I was out there, I think it was Saturday, maybe, there was an event, and somebody asked me the question, what are they going to do with this land? We're doing a transfer, we're helping, the state's granted it. What's the plan for the land itself?
It has to be free to the community. So basically what we're trying to do under ownership is develop it to where more things are available to the community. We're working on like a dog park. There's other things that we're trying to open up in that avenue. We've already did the tennis courts. Our next goal is to do the basketball courts. We're also going to do a memorial wall for the past members that have, we've had like finalists who did the 3rd of July a long time ago to bring a memory to those people. So there's a lot of vision. When I joined 3 years ago, we were at 30 members. Now as president, we just crested 100 members. So I'm trying to get the younger generation in there to kind of get vision and ideas of what to actually do with this. So
thank you.
Does that help?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to hear it so I could say it when people ask. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. So, any other questions? Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. What part of town are you from?
Yep, Irene Queednow, Sand Lake. I have a couple random comments. I do not agree with the allocation for Providence. They are on here twice. It says Providence Health and Services, Washington. Item 19 says Providence Health and Services, Washington, doing business in Alaska. Washington companies don't need money from us. Providence is one of the biggest hospitals. They make the most money, use the money for some of the smaller services that and organizations. I have number 38, Conquer COVID Coalition, $250,000 for messaging. And it says, the goal of the new messaging is to include COVID mitigation as part of overall good health and keeping businesses open. By doing so, the coalition hopes to normalize COVID mitigation behaviors. So the messaging is to normalize mask wearing. The message is to normalize social distancing so we can never hug our people again. I have a problem with that. I don't know if that's what it is, but that's what it sounds like. The other thing I have is that as far as I can recall, the Black Caucus is the only organization that you guys paid for the building and now are paying for the renovation. I would really like to see the Black Caucus actually do some services and not just get money for a building. I did notice with them and also with some other organizations, which I really appreciate, that it says funding is to be released upon satisfactorily demonstrating matching fundraising commitments by June 2024. I don't know what it means to demonstrate. I would encourage you to not release the funds unless they have the matching donations. And the last thing I want to say, like I said, this is kind of random comments. The Sullivan Arena, I want to support the people that spoke about it in terms of the hockey community. You guys used it as a shelter for the homeless during COVID, and you drug it out for an extra year because you couldn't make up your mind, and you fought the mayor on his plan to get people out of there. And now the Sullivan Arena is trashed to the point that it's cheaper to tear it down than to remodel it. And that is a real tragedy because it's really a good community place. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, sir. Please state your name for the record and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Chibuza Nwanju. I live in Midtown. I'm here. Last time I was up here, I spoke about the Comfort Home Project. I met Randy Salt in one of our fundraising gatherings in our location. I met, took pictures of Dunbar and waffles and whatnot. Well, we literally went to the community to raise money for this project. What am I saying? I'm saying that the project simply is this: to build a facility for seniors and veterans to be housed by this winter. It is not a project that is on the beginning stages. It's 80% done. We bought the land, bought the TBKs, which are the buildings from the barracks that are going to be remodeled. We've went out and donations have come in for well over 250 beds. We've bought furniture. We've bought gas cookers. We've got washer and dryers. We have everything a veteran that is looking for a place to stay, that is struggling with housing, can move in to a 2-bedroom and be comfortable. We're talking about seniors in our community. We've already made the investment. We've gone out to the community and we've asked folks to put in their dollar to it. You were there. Dunbar, you were there. So we are not talking about we're just coming up here with a plan. We're 80% done. What do we need? Let me tell you what we need. We need to transport those TBKs to the location of the land. We need to make sure that we don't lose the property value in that area, so the landscaping has to be right. The value of the property is based on this last 20%. If we move these properties into Independence Park and we don't do it right, the folks that live there are gonna, raise hell. So we're asking for you to help us finish it. Talking about we're not asking for $7 million, we're asking for $1.6 million. And it's exactly what it's gonna do. And I need you to reconsider.
Thank you, sir.
My plea that you help us help veterans and seniors.
Thank you, sir. Your time
for
is
this
expired.
project.
Welcome, sir. Come on down, please.
Chair, I have a question. I apologize.
Okay, Ms. Sellard, go ahead.
I waited till last minute. I'm sorry. I've been asked to ask you, how much are you looking to the minimum?
The minimum we willing, we almost done. Anything you give us towards a project, and I'm saying if you give us, we're asking for 1.6, if you give us 500,000, 750, we don't care. We are trying to ask you to put your dime in just like every Alaskan and every veteran that's come out here and raised the money. We want you to just help us get this done.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Branson. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You have 3 minutes.
Roger Branson, longtime resident of District 2, currently residing in Centennial Park with a few hundred of our newest residents. I would like to speak in favor of Revive Alaska Community Services and the $1.6 million request that they have in front of you. They are bringing a new flavor, a new approach from the community that looks very promising. And I do believe that we can find workers, people that are willing to help put it together to get some sweat equity. And I'd like to commend the services that they are doing and the hope that they're bringing into Centennial Camp, which is significant. And You heard the gentleman speak earlier from homelessness to hopefulness. That resonated with me, and I just generally want to speak in favor of the work Revive Alaska is doing, and encourage its support and encouragement, and $1.6 million if possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Aloha kako. Hi everyone, my name is Melanie Ko'ohinani-Layden. I have the absolute pleasure of serving as the Vice President of Philanthropy and External Affairs for the Alaska Children's Trust. And I just wanted to say, as a representative of ACT, that we are so humbled and grateful to you all for including our project in the Resolution AR 2022-178 ARPA funds. We're very excited. We've been working with several Anchorage nonprofits who provide services across all of Anchorage. We're excited to open new diaper banks with nonprofits, as well as continue to fund existing diaper banks. I'm not sure if you're aware, but right now there is a diaper shortage which affects many families, especially families who live in Mountain View. We're working with several nonprofits such as Emoja. So we're really excited to continue to expand that work. 1 in 3 families right now in Anchorage need diapers, and so we're excited to continue to do that work, as well as you are also supporting our after-school professional development certification program. As you know, both of these issues are completely tied together, that basically means that families are unable to go back to work. So we are hopeful that with this funding that we can help parents who are unable to either go back to work because they have to take care of their kids at home, or they're being unable to basically go and have their children be in after-school programs, or even or in daycare, because most programs like that and most facilities do require diapers. So thank you so much. We're very grateful for your continued support, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Mike Edgington. I'm from Girdwood District 6. I followed 5 out of these 6 work sessions, and I just first of all would like to thank all of you and staff support and everything else for the difficult work you've undertaken to get to this final list. I think it's a pretty well-balanced, not perfect in every way of course, but a pretty well-balanced mix of projects. But I'm going to be very parochial and speak to 2 particular amendments and 2 particular projects. The first is, as several people have said already, tonight, there is an urgent need for childcare in Girdwood. Because we're a geographically separate community, a lot of the assets in Anchorage are not necessarily helpful to those of us who live and work in Girdwood. If there's additional childcare capacity in Anchorage, it would mean probably a 3 or plus hour sort of driving, taking children to Anchorage, bringing them back, bringing yourself back to work, et cetera, et cetera. Not a very efficient solution. It's just a side effect of our geographic separation. And specifically on that project, there's an Amendment 5, I think, in front of you, to, while the majority of the funding would be matched, it would release $100,000 of funding to be available for pre-development work. So I'd urge you to support that. The other project includes 3 area plans, which are, again, urgently needed throughout the municipality. One of those is the Girdwood Area Plan. We're, I will say, suffering under a plan which was adopted in 1995. And while it was a great plan for the time, it's almost 30 years ago. And there are many issues which we face in our community which the plan does not address. So I believe there will be an amendment in front of you later which gives a specific dollar amount of approximately $100,000 to $120,000 for that plan. And an allocation of a specific amount would just be very helpful so we can actually go forward and finish the work. I believe we've done about 2 out of the 3 major public outreaches for that plan, so it's already in progress. It just needs the last amount of funding to complete. I think they're my main points. Thank you.
One question for Member Zalato.
Thank you. On the Girdwood Area Plan, you said it just needs that amount of funding to kind of get done. What is that amount of funding specifically?
So specifically, we had a quote for the total amount of work, which was between about 100 and, I think it was between 120 and 160, I don't have the number in front of me, depending on the amount of support that planning provides. And planning has committed to providing, I think, more support than we assumed at the time. So probably towards the lower end of that, 120 to 140. That's for everything, including the final public process and adoption process. To actually produce the plan itself is a slightly smaller amount.
Okay, I would be interested in knowing what that slightly smaller amount is to produce the plan itself, frankly.
I don't have a number to
Okay.
hand. I would estimate it's approximately 100,000.
Okay, thank you.
Hi there, sir. Welcome. Come on down. Please state your name for the record. What part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Pastor Prince Wakodo. I'm the president of Revive Alaska Community Services. Mr. Chair, the mayor, and assembly members, by now everyone is familiar with me and Revive Alaska and our projects. This is more of an appeal, a final appeal. Just like one of the speakers earlier said, we are ready to finish this project. It's more than 80% done. As at now, we're negotiating with the National Guard to help move those buildings to the site, and then we'll be good to go. The plan is to provide this facility, make it ready by this winter. And just for record purposes, it's a 28-unit facility, not 80 like one of the speakers said earlier. Alaska hosts the largest population of veterans per capita in the entire United States. And so far, with our interaction with the VA, there are about 150 homeless veterans right now. And these homeless veterans are not just those we count on the streets, but this is a record from VA itself. Some of them are couch surfing, some of them are living in their cars, some of them just hang out with friends. Right now we have a waiting list with the VA for this project that we're talking about. Of course, many of them have their stories. We have a family that came in, and the issue is that the landlord decided to increase the rent, and they're getting a certain amount in their VA voucher, and they are kicked out, evicted. If this project is finished, they will have a place to stay. We also have progression in the technical side. Rasmussen Foundation had already done a code study in 2020 and certified this project as something that is doable and cost-effective. In fact, it is 70% of the cost of building a new one from scratch. And then we have New Vision architects, we have engineering companies, and we have development companies that were put together for this project. So it's not just me or just our organization, but there are a whole lot of other consultants and engineering companies that are working with us. Finally, I just want to appeal one more time, just like the question came earlier. This project needs money, but it doesn't have to be the money we requested for. Whatever you give will go a long way to helping us finish. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, anyone else wish to be heard? If you wish to be heard, please come on up and line up. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. Your time is starting.
Niall Sherwood Williams, Anchorage. First item I'd like to bring to the council's attention. Item 12, Alaska Community Foundation project to increase affordable housing. I'd like to bring the body's attention to duplicitous services, which is a major problem on this ARPA funding list. There's a lot of duplicative services where people are trying to do tasks which are parallel. and therefore it seems to be a waste of municipal resources, and that is in fact one of our rights under municipal charter, is the right to be free from duplicitous services. Equity Center renovation, $1.3 million. Is that to pay the lawsuit money to the old equity director, or is it to in fact provide for a place for people in our community to be able to go find work? This also discriminates against equal protection under the law by creating different classes of citizens based on the color of their skin. I thought we got past that already. I hear members of the audience laughing. I also see, sorry, very difficult on my phone. This wasn't printed out. Identity Inc., 36, so I'd like to ask my assembly member, Mr. Perez Verdilla, through the chair, if you will be recusing yourself on this item, as your wife is one of the proprietors at Identity. They're getting $300,000. There's also Rural Cap on the list a number of times. There is Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, so I'd like to ask through the chair to Member Zalatel if you will be recusing yourself on that. I would like to also ask through the chair to Ms. Zalatel why the door to ACEH is always locked. Another item that I found on there to be problematic, I forget the item number, but it was the Masons. They're getting $29,000. I have a huge problem with that. Visit Anchorage for Ferrandi. I'm sick of them killing animals and bears. It's an ode to an old thing. When we kill animals, it's meant to be for food, not to be put up on display as damn trophies. You want to talk about sustainability? Maybe that's something we should talk about. Send the money back to the federal government. I forgot to say that.
You have a question from Ms. Allard.
Thank you for being here tonight. Can you tell me why you have a problem with the Masons receiving $29,000?
Because they're a fraternal organization of the Illuminati that's attempting many racketeerings, and they are a group that protects people such as the Blue Line gang members who you gave an award to this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Please line up. Come on, folks. If you want to be heard, be ready. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
My name is Dustin Darden. I'm a resident here in the United States of America. Here in Alaska, I'm running for United States Senate. And I've made some observations tonight from the public. I'm pleading with the body today to postpone any further action on these appropriations of vast quantities of money. A member of the community was speaking in regards to funds going to Providence Hospital. Providence Hospital is a place where a dear friend of mine was detained, isolated, and ultimately put to death. This facility neighbors a building that was earmarked to be a quarantine facility, the Alaska Airlines Center. All of the cards are in place for what was appropriated through the federal, state, and this municipality in unlawful, unconstitutional, illegal executive orders, which is why you are trying to remove the figurehead of this municipality in conjunction with your rampant response to your globalist overlords. I demand that you cease and desist all of your unlawful, crony, capitalistic, satanic agendas that are perpetrating evil against the citizens of the United States of America through the form of biomedical tyranny by injecting the veins of 6-month-old babies with a death serum known to cause detrimental effect. So in this resolution, the appropriation of funds to Providence Hospital must be deleted. This organization has absorbed the police chief from Anchorage to be the front guy to cover for what they're about to do.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Before we proceed to the debates and deliberations, we're going to take a 10-minute break just so people can get prepared and we can move on to the last item. Guys? I think there are some members in the hall.
I'm here.
Is that Mr. Peterson?
Yep.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance, you there? We're almost all back. We're all here? All right. Thank you. So procedurally, this will be an unusual move, but what we're going to do is we'll start at the end of the dais and work our way over. Yeah, we'll do that, but first I want to discuss the process. We're going to go down the dais, and members are going to be able to make any declarations that they might have a conflict on certain items so that we can have that part of the conversation up front. Okay, in discussions with the clerk, we're going to do this conflict discussion before we move to approve. It'll still be part of the record, but just for the purposes of good order. So we'll start with Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no conflicts to declare.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no conflicts to declare.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
No conflicts.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have, I believe, 2 items with the Anchorage Parks Foundation where I'm a board member. I was under the impression that we had told that to the clerk's office, and then they had, at the work session, and they had sort of broke them out.
Yep.
But I'm not sure where on here they have broken them out.
That's fine. It's just in the order that they're on in section 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, but,
Okay.
So I actually have,
If the clerk's office...
Just 1 minute. We do have a document that we can pull up and help guide us through that.
Yeah, that's right.
So, Mr. Dunbar, it's sections 10 and 11, we believe.
Yes, all right, so I'd like to declare a conflict for sections 10 and 11.
And can you speak to it briefly, the nature of it?
I serve on the board of the Park Foundation. I don't receive any compensation for it, but under prior ethics advice, I disclose it when it is part of a broader appropriation, and the Parks Foundation might get some funding, and I am conflicted and will not vote when the Anchorage Parks Foundation is directed to get funds. So I think in these two cases, they are directed as recipients for funds, and so I would ask for a motion to bifurcate to take those sections out.
So I believe, because of past practice, that on those two items, we will declare that you have a conflict, and what will happen when we get to that part of the evening is we will bifurcate that item. You will not vote on that item. You'll come back in, and it will be part of the main item, and you won't have a conflict on the main item. Thank you. Ms. Zalatel.
So I have conflicts on section 2, 3, and I am looking for the one that names section 12, perhaps. This is a second. I was double checking.
Thank you. Can you describe briefly the nature of the conflict?
Sure. Section 2, the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, for which I work, has an MOU with the provider of that particular project. Section 3, that is the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. And for section 12, the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness is a partner in the development of that project.
So I am going to rule that there is a conflict on that item, and that when we come to that time, we'll bifurcate those items. You won't vote on them, and when the main motion is back, you'll vote on the whole. For myself, I do not have any conflicts, but I would love to say that the first job I had in Alaska was at Volunteers of America, but that was 25 years ago. Mr. Cross.
No conflicts here, although I am a member of the Eagle River Elks Lodge, who's put in a request, but I'm just a member. I don't serve on the board. I don't have any authority over any kind of budget items or anything like that. So.
Right, so that generally speaking, there's a whole class of people who share the same.
That is correct. Yeah, by the standards. I do want to make sure it's on the record that I'm a member, but by the standards, I do not have a conflict.
And I would agree with that determination, that the chair's ruling that you do not have a conflict on that item.
Thank you.
So you'll be able to vote, or be required to vote. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No conflicts.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one item, the funding that is being proposed to allocate to Identity Inc. I'm trying to find which section that is. I can declare. I can just disclose. My wife is a 1099 contractor with that organization. She works as a nurse practitioner for them.
Section 36.
Section 36. Thank you for the record.
Where are the questions here? Oh, there they are. All right.
I would, similar to Mr. Dunbar, I would prefer that we bifurcate that item and I not vote on it.
For purposes of your disclosure, since we didn't have it prior and we kind of talked through a number of these, I would like to walk through the questions with you.
Great.
Thank you. So it's the duty of the member to disclose their financial or private interest, to identify sufficient facts or circumstances to permit the assembly to exercise its judgment and be informed on this matter. So is the financial or private interest a substantial part of the matter under consideration?
No.
Does the financial or private interest vary directly or substantially with the outcome of the official action?
No.
Is the financial or private interest immediate and known or conjectural and dependent on factors beyond the official action?
No.
Is the financial or private interest significant monetarily?
No.
Is the financial or private interest a type which is generally possessed by the public or a large class of persons to which the elected official or household member belongs?
No.
Are there other factors appropriate by the chair? So that's not a question for you, that's a question for me. So the only other factor, I guess there's one factor that's important to me, and that's your perception of a conflict. And I think that I'm going to join you in your belief that it's best not to vote on it, but I would ask the members, if anyone objects to that, to make a motion to override the ruling of the chair. So I would rule that you do have a conflict. Okay,
Thank you,
so
Mr. Chair.
hearing and seeing none, you will be asked not to vote on that item, but you'll vote on the main motion. Mr. Salt.
So I would like to disclose that I am a member of the Eagle River Elks, and I am secretary on the board for Youth Exploring Adventure, which is item number 9, section 9.
So,
Section 9.
and what was the section for the Elks? Do you remember?
Section 7.
So I believe for the purposes of this discussion, we've already discussed the issue similarly situated as Mr. Cross, that you're a member with generally many people in the class of organization. So for that item, I don't believe you have a conflict. But for the item number 9, because you state that you're in an executive board position, it's the ruling of the chair that you do have a conflict. On that item, you'll be excused for that vote, but then asked to vote on the main motion. Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Chair. I am an elk and I am a lion, but I am only a member. I'm not a voting entity or on a board.
Thank you. So for the purposes of this discussion, and as discussed with Mr. Cross and Mr. Salt, because you have a general membership, which is held by similar membership by many other people, we're going to rule that you don't have a conflict on those items. Okay, so we've done the conflict checks.
Could you confirm the section that Mr. Perez will be at? I believe it's 36.
So I just want to confirm the section for identity that members of the audience knew so well. Was that number 36? I hear the word yes. So number 36.
Yes, that is correct.
All right, thank you. So I believe we have done our due diligence in addressing conflicts of interest. Now, that will come back up when we get to amendments, and it might be a little tricky on a couple of them, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Now, I would ask for a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
The
S version.
Second.
Motion to approve the S version has been made by Ms. Salatel and seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Next, we'll begin going through amendments. We have a number of amendments in the packet, and then we have, I believe, a couple more that have derived since. We'll just go through them in the order they are in the packet, except for amendment number 11, which we'll take up last.
We should do A to number 4, A to number 7 when we get
To those items, yeah. So we also have some amendments, and for the members of the public, the amendment packets are up here if you want to grab one to follow along, so you have the documents with you. I have Mr. Dunbar in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Constant Volan Dunbar Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Dunbar, seconded by Mr. Wallen. Please, Mr. Dunbar.
Actually, I think I'll let Mr. Volan speak to this one because I'm going to speak to the next one.
Mr.
Sure,
Wallen.
yep. So this amendment does a couple different things. Number one, it slightly reduces the amount toward the Equity Center in Section 18, and also keeps a match component but lowers the bar. For myself, I've been so impressed with the programming in the community that Alaska Black Caucus has done. Myself as an actual healthcare provider, I think the education they've raised about healthcare disparities that people of color face, and the information that they're getting out there to attempt to improve health outcomes for people of color is so critical, something that I'm aware of as a provider. And yeah, I see so much opportunity with what the Equity Center is looking to create. Below market co-working space, financial literacy education, community kitchen. So I think it's a really worthy project, but I think as a show of good faith, having that slight match would be a good thing. Moving on, I had the opportunity recently to take a tour and learn more about the work that Shiloh Community Housing is doing. So this would attempt to give some funds toward their affordable housing project. They've been in the community doing this work for a long time. That was made very clear to me, decades of experience, and I really believe in the work that they're doing. And it also reduces the amount of the beetle kill mitigation. So those are the three things here, and I would urge support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Thanks. So I have a couple of questions. First question, I think it would be helpful if each amendment spoke to this question. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep asking it. And that question is, as you made cuts to some of the programs, were those cuts discussed with the relevant agency or agencies? And did they see any potential problems with it, or were they able to make it work? So that's an important question for me. And like I said, I'm just going to keep asking it if folks don't respond to that when they speak about the amendment. And then I guess second question is, I'm just looking back at the chart. So this particular program, which I believe is for the Fresh Beginning project, was their requests minimum needed was 400,000, and this is at 300,000. So was there sort of a discussion of whether this is still a viable project at 300,000? Thanks.
So through the chair.
Mr. Bond.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, this was discussed with the Alaska Black Caucus and with Shiloh as well. And as far as the $300,000 amount.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Point of order has been raised. Mr. Presverdio.
Just there's another conversation going on in the room, and it's making it really difficult for me to hear folks. I wonder if we could just move that conversation out into the hall.
Thanks.
Thank you.
The clerk actually just wanted to say the same thing, so I think we got it, and sorry for the disturbance. Go ahead again.
Thank you. Through the chair. So yes, it was discussed with the involved parties here, and it indicated to me that the $300,000 would be put to very good use. Thank you.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to speak to this after all, but the comments also apply to the next amendment, which also involves Shiloh Community Housing, Inc. This is an organization that's doing tremendous work, and I think it was just kind of an oversight. It sort of slipped through the cracks. Ms. Williams had reached out to members of the Assembly and asked us to go up to their facilities in Mountain View. If you get a chance to go, I really recommend it. They have this 14-plex where they're doing this affordable housing work. They also have this large building, which will be the subject of the next amendment. I also spoke with Shiloh, and of course, they could use more money as well, but they can make it work with these amounts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing none, members may proceed to vote on Amendment 1.
Ms. LaFrance, Amendment number 1.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Here comes Ms. Allard.
Ms. Allard on Amendment number 1.
Stand by, sorry.
A vote of 12-0, that amendment passes. And before we move on to the next, I managed to ignore the chair, Ms. LaFrance, in my question of conflicts. So, Ms. LaFrance, just so the record is complete, do you have a conflict on any items in the packet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not have any conflicts.
Thank you very much. Now,
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Allard.
Is it possible you and I could take a 5-minute recess for a minute? I just saw something that's throughout all the documents, and I think we need to have a discussion with the Assembly Attorney and the Muni Attorney. Just a 5-minute recess, probably, and we can...
Yeah, so I think what I need first is, can you help identify?
Yeah, so Austin and I were speaking, and the Anchorage Assembly to direct grants for distribution, that's throughout all the documents. And I think we need more clarification, because I'm under the impression the administration is going to be doing that. But because this is in this particular amendment, I think it's throughout the amendments. And we needed to discuss them. That's what Dean had said. Austin?
Mr. Gates is in the room.
Okay.
Let me prime the question.
Yeah,
Mr.
just
Gates,
before we go to
Ms. Allard has suggested that there might be some problem we have to address relating to the amendments and something about language about grants. Do you have any input for us on that?
This language she has pointed to is not just in amendments, the floor amendments, it's in the S version in a few sections. And I would request a recess to look at this and figure out if something needs to be done, but I can't really answer the question right now. I need 10, 15 minutes, please.
So can we proceed with the amendments as we need to get through the evening, and then as you formulate your opinion, we can come up with some kind of a fix?
Yes, I believe if a fix is needed, that we could do it after you get through all these amendments, and it would be an amendment that would be like a specific phrase and changing it throughout the document.
Yeah, I think that that's
So
a
we could do
reasonable
that at the end
approach.
of the amendments.
Okay, so Ms. Allard, I think that the practice we should go by is let's just get through as many of the amendments as we can, and then
Sounds
if there's,
good.
we have even an amendment that allows for complying code changes. So,
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move, get the packet. I move Dunbar Quinn Davidson Amendment Number 2.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Dunbar, seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. And reiterating what was stated by a couple of the testifiers, GCI donated a $1.3 million building to Shiloh Community Development Incorporated, Community Housing Incorporated. If you get a chance to take a tour, it's a pretty remarkable facility, but it needs a lot of renovations. This is a small sort of, almost just a show of good faith on the municipality that we care about this project and we want it to go forward. What they didn't mention during their testimony, but they did speak about during the tour, is that there will be a planned partnership with a child care agency for people that use the facility. And because of that, we identified the child care pot as a appropriate place to secure these $200,000. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Dunbar, Quinn Davidson, Amendment Number 2. Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
That amendment passes 12-0. Now we're on to Amendment Number 3. Mr. Rivera, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move amendment number 3A.
Oh, hold on. Just for the purposes of the discussion, Ms. Alatel is being excused from the chamber. Now, go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move amendment number 3A.
Second.
Who was the second? Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you. So what this amendment does is it fixes a couple of clerical errors which occurred with the process that Enlaces had when they submitted their application. Originally, they submitted it incorrectly, which, as I understand it, several organizations had submitted their dollar figures incorrectly. They corrected it, but Assembly staff did not fix it in the spreadsheets that went to the Assembly. So that's why it was kept at 16,000 in all of the different spreadsheets that we have. So this particular amendment is one part to begin bridging that delta of 144,000, which is the delta between 160 and 16,000. As is stated in the purpose statement, I did reach out to all of the organizations. So this statement counts for 3A, 3B, and 3C. All of the organizations did consent to a reduction, and they stated that it wouldn't necessarily kill the project. It just might make it a little more tougher, a little more difficult, but it didn't kill any of the projects. So I would urge my colleagues' support so that we can go ahead and fund this request from Enlaces at $160,000.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera, since I don't have or Ms. LaFrance too, since I don't have the project chart in front of me, the process that I found useful during our work sessions was to look at the minimum amount, and then we usually tried to meet somewhere between the requested amount and minimum. Do you remember what those were for this project, and do they need the 160 for it to happen?
Yeah, thanks. So for this particular project, the requested amount was $160,000 and the minimum amount was $140,000.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I might have misunderstood. You moved 3A, correct?
That is correct.
So that only increases funding by 10,000?
Yes, so the way that the amendments were done, it wasn't done in a way to allow Ms. Zalatil to vote on as many of the amendments as possible, which is why this particular amendment is separated from the other two.
So does the next amendment, does it increase it from 26,000 to 160,000?
Yeah, so this is a little bit weird, but this is the way that the amendments came out. So if the body approves 3A, I will not be moving 3B, and instead I will be moving 3C, which covers the remainder of the delta, 134,000. If the body does not approve 3A, then I will be moving 3B, which is a little confusing and not how I intended it to occur, but that's how it ended up.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can you ask me the difference between B and C? Like, what's the organization?
It's just $10,000. I'm sorry, where do you find the extra $10,000 in B versus C?
I would ask...
You know what? It's fine. I think we're going to pass
honestly,
A.
Yeah,
so let's go move
that's
forward.
what I'm
Thank you.
hoping. Let's just pass A and pass C, and then we don't have to deal with the silly math.
Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on Amendment 3. A.
Ms. LaFrance, on Amendment 3A.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Amendment 3 has passed on a vote of 11-0. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move LaFrance Rivera Amendment 3C.
We have a motion
Second.
by Mr. Rivera, second by Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this covers the remainder of the delta, so I believe this amendment should cover 134,000, which brings us up to the requested amount by Enlaces at 160,000. And same applies for the other amendment. All of these organizations, we had discussions with them, and they are fine with these reductions, and I urge my colleagues' support. Thank you.
So just note for the record that Ms. Zalatil came back in briefly because we thought she might not be conflicted, but she's left again because the same conflict exists on Amendment 3C. Thank you, Mr. Rivera, for your testimony. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on Amendment 3C. Actually, I'm going to speak briefly. Sorry, Madam Chair. I begrudgingly vote yes on this. It comes at the United Way meal program, and that's one that's been cut from $3 million to $1.5 million down to $1 million to $800,000 down to $750,000. And those folks do really good work, and I've been fighting just to maintain the baseline of their program, but I understand in this process it's always give and take, and so I will support this amendment. Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. LaFrance, on Amendment 3C.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, that would be, okay.
On a vote of 11-0, Amendment 3C has passed. Mr. Rivera is in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess just a question perhaps to you or to the clerk. So we have next Amendment 4 and then an A amendment for 4. Is there a way to just quicken this process and just go straight to the A amendment? Or do we have to
By moving it.
Okay, great. Then I will go ahead, if Ms. Quinn Davidson's okay with that, I will go ahead and move to approve Quinn Davidson A amendment to number 4.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson.
So I guess I'll go ahead and speak to the original amendment. So the original amendment, what it sought to do was to allocate these funds and make them available to the Rasmussen Foundation or its designee for the purchase of the APTEL, and it listed sort of the series of things, which is increase affordable housing through a conversion into low-income, extremely low-income, and permanent supportive housing units. The Quinn Davidson amendment, I think, streamlines it a little bit. It still goes to Rasmussen Foundation, but it takes out the APTEL, which, you know, we're still looking at the APTEL. It doesn't mean that we're not. But I think it provides flexibility just in case the APTEL purchase does not happen. And we have seen this as a body where we look at hotels, we go through the due diligence process, we go through the business negotiation, and for whatever reason, the purchase does not happen. So this provides that flexibility to still achieve the outcome, which is to increase affordable housing and increase low-income, extreme low-income, and permanent supportive housing units. So Rasmussen Foundation is in support, or at least on board, with the A amendment to number 4. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I have a number of people in the queue on this. We'll start with Member Allard.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. Rivera a few questions, just one by one. Felix, if you could just answer them and solve it. All right, ready? First one is, who would actually own the APTEL if purchased?
So right now there is not an owner, and sort of similar to some of the other capital projects that we have gone through, an owner is identified after there is secured funding. Typically owners don't want to really be a part of the mix until they know that the money's there.
Okay, so there's no transparency for the public. That's my opinion. Number 2, who will pay operational costs of the APTEL?
So the operational dollars, we're not sure yet what the operational dollars might look like. It could come through federal funds. I believe it's the, I forget which of the acronyms of the various HUD funds that we might be looking at to fund operations for this.
Thank you, and I just have 2 more, Felix. If, by chance, the owners decide they want to sell the APTEL, could you tell us what the restrictions on selling the property would be?
I don't have an answer to that question at this moment, but I might invite the Rasmussen Foundation to come up to see if they have a more clear answer to that question.
They're going to be able to answer the other 2? The follow-up question to that one, Felix, I'm sure Ms. Brown can probably answer it too, if you don't mind.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Michelle Brown with the Rasmussen Foundation. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Allard, you asked about the costs. Probably 70 to 75% of the operations costs will be paid by rental income. That is rents that the tenants pay, usually on a sliding scale. There may be rent assistance, subsidies, or vouchers that they qualify for. The rest will come from a mix of funding sources like Mr. Rivera mentioned, HUD funds, source that come through the municipality, and philanthropy.
Ms. Brown, do you think you can answer the following 2 questions then that I have? Okay. The first one is, if you guys, whoever the owner may be, do you know who that is going to be?
We don't know now, just as in the other 2 hotel conversions.
Okay.
As we had the funding, we went out, we did discussions with potential owners as well as operators as well, and we can do RFIs or RFPs for those.
Okay, thank you. The other one would be, what are the restrictions on selling the property if it was to be sold by the new owners?
It will have a deed restriction that can only be used for that purpose.
Is there any instance where the intended owner could turn around and sell the building in 2+ years in case of a bankruptcy?
I suppose, this may be a little bit beyond what I can, but I suppose it's conceivable it could be sold, but the proceeds would still need to go toward this intended purpose.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't know if this is for the clerk or someone else, but obviously this amendment, in the way it's written now, it amends out language that was never inserted. And so, you know, we should just note that. Also, the amount here is no longer $11,940,000 based on our last amendment. It's $11,900,000. But I think that, you know, everyone's on top of that. I am very supportive of this version of the amendment, and I would have opposed the other one because I believe this is the first time that the word APTEL has appeared in an official document on which we are taking action. And I think there is a lot more work that needs to be done to notify the Mountain View Community Council, the Russian Jack Community Council, and the Airport Heights Community Council that this is a serious plan that is likely to go forward. So on the one hand, we need to notify them and we need to work with them. On the other hand, we also need to leave open the idea that there might be other facilities in other parts of town, not just East Anchorage, that could also be home to these kind of facilities. And I think also, you know, saying this is the only place where we could potentially spend these funds does perhaps weaken our standing a little bit as we're looking at other buildings if, for whatever reason, there are unreasonable demands made by this property owner in the purchase process. So that's all to say I appreciate this version of the amendment. And for those who are actively working and looking at the APTEL as one option, I urge you to please come to the Airport Heights, Russian Jack, and Mountain View Community Councils and begin to let those communities know that this is now something that is on the table. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and briefly I would note a couple of things that the conforming amendment, that's the last amendment in the stack, would have allowed the clerk's office to work with our financial staff to ensure that all of the final numbers were accurate and correct. And it's North Anchorage now. Thank you, Mr. Cross.
Yeah, just less of a question, more of a statement. I do have significant issues with the or is designee to purchase low income. We don't know who they're going to designate that to and who they're going to give the authority or who they're going to approve. One thing I've seen here is that there's a lot of money in homelessness, isn't there? I'm really concerned about just giving money over without a designee and without being able to vet that individual. And once we give them this money, I guess we're just crossing our fingers and hoping that they're stewards of it. That gives me concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually got in the queue before Ms. Brown came up to speak, so I was just going to say something similar to her about vouchers, and so I think there's a lot of opportunity for the operating costs based on the type of units that they'd be looking at. And to Mr. Cross's concern, I hear what you're saying. I think that Rasmussen is an organization that we all really trust and partner with, and that they've been doing this work in collaboration with the municipality for years now. So I feel comfortable with them leading this specific project.
Thank you, Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo Member Quinn Davidson's comments and just point out, you know, a lot of money in homelessness. Well, homelessness is a big issue that is going to require a lot of investment. And Rasmussen is a nonprofit who has spent a lot of money on that issue. And then I want to also point out, in response to Member Dunbar, yes, those communities are part of North Anchorage now. And I think I would be remiss if I did not speak to downtown and the impacts that we are seeing on downtown right now. And I feel like downtown is a community that has really stepped up, and we're seeing a lot of issues, particularly around the old City Hall building right now that Chris and I have been notified of this week, around the 4th Avenue Mall, around the Sunshine Mall. And so I like the flexibility that this offers, and I do want to look at other facilities, but I really want to acknowledge that downtown for a long time has had to bear the brunt. Thank you.
Mr. Bronson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to get a summary of this money here. We're supposed to allocate nearly $12 million of taxpayer money to the Rasmussen Foundation, which has always been a great partner in all things in Anchorage. But the question I have, one of the questions, I have several, is that normally it goes the other way. The Rasmussen Foundation gives us money. The other thing, we're going to give about $12 million away to someone who we don't know who they are yet. We're giving it to the Rasmussen Foundation, and we don't have anyone beyond that who's going to operate it. There's a lot of questions, and then Mr. Dunbar just said, well, we may go around town and shop it around town, and there might be another place. And then we need contingencies in case the seller of the Aptel has other problems. And we've been here with the Barrett for workforce housing. We've been here. These deals fall apart, but there's $12 million of money, taxpayers' money floating around here that we're giving it to a foundation. And I'll be honest with you, I'm old school, but I'm just trying to pay for gas for fire trucks and buses and police things. And, you know, yeah, we can find several $1 million for this fuel, but boy, we're about to give away $48 million. We did $51 million 2 years ago, and I don't see a lot of results of that. And now we're looking at FEMA reimbursements that we're quite sure we're not going to get the full $86 million. And I'd like to sock away a little bit of money. I'd like to buy gas for fire trucks. I'd really like to do that. And there's too many unknowns here. Can't we nail these down? This is a business transaction. I need to see a business plan. Who's going to operate this thing 10 years from now? I mean, is this going to fall back on the taxpayer? And right now, of the alcohol tax money, you know, $12 to $15 million in the near future, it's like we've spent about $100 million of that. And going forward, we're going to go broke here. And I've committed more money than any mayor in the history of the city to homelessness. But at some point, this has got to stop, and we've got to have a business plan for every piece of property that we're going to commit taxpayer dollars to. I don't think that's a big ask. We're going to get you the 3.4 that everyone's harassing me about. Felix, I told you I'm going to get it. It's stuck in OMB. There's some rules. We're going to get it to you hopefully by the 29th. I know I'm getting lit up by that. Dang, $12 million. Folks, without answers, why am I giving the Rasmussen Foundation $12 million when they're usually giving us $12 million? So that's all I have, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the time, but there's just a lot of open-ended questions here. Thank you.
Thank you. And some of us are still waiting for a plan for the navigation center. Maybe we'll see it someday. Ms. Allard, you have the floor.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
A point of order, Mr. Chair. I'm still waiting for a nav center. I was working on that a year ago, and I'm being held up. So if we want to get snarky here, we can do that. We wouldn't have a campground problem if we had the nav center.
And I hear the budget overruns are extraordinary. Ms. Allard.
Thank you. So I wanted to speak in regards to the Rasmussen Foundation. Ms. Brown, you have done a tremendous job through our state, all across, and we are very appreciative to that. I am truly hung up on the fact that that is almost 25%, of the funds going out to the community. 25% of folks who haven't got anything. You guys are the best organization to help our state get better in areas where you raise money for everybody. It's amazing of the work you do. But I cannot fathom $12 million of we don't know who the owner will be. We don't know anything with the contract. It's just random. And I don't know if anybody in here is in favor of taking 25% of the ARPA funds and giving it to one organization for individuals who clearly don't help themselves. And we have given hundreds of millions of dollars to the homeless. I don't doubt what you can accomplish with the money. My problem is I don't doubt the rest of the community of what they can accomplish with the funds they've never received and seen a dime. Our economy is dying. They say that we're doing better. We're not. We really are not doing better. I have individuals that cannot get people to go to work. We have struggling organizations that are asking for, in all of this funds, I will say a mere $50,000 just to be able to proceed and get their feet grounded to go and do more work. But without knowing the individuals involved, are we really going to buy the Aptel? Is it going to go somewhere else? It's almost a form of corruption for me to sit here and vote for something that I have no information on. I apologize, but I'm not going to be able to support this. Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Mr. Dunbar. Actually...
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Actually, wait. We have a member who hasn't yet spoken, and so I'm going to pivot to him, and then I'll come back to you. Mr. Salt.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, through the chair. So I make no bones about it. I'm not really a housing first person. I do agree it's a component, but I think we're going into the deep end of the pool, and we're going to fall into a trap. If you build it, they will come. And my prediction is if we continue to provide housing, we'll continue to grow the need. Now, I'm pretty disappointed in this request as we learn a little more of the ambiguity around this $12 million request. Because this process, I think we had 5 work sessions, was a difficult process. And there were a lot of projects that had a lot of merit that should be getting money and aren't. And they had, I thought, well thought out plans. And now we have $12 million that probably could have funded all of them. That's just, it reminds me of my oil days where I'd send an email and I'd get $1 million with little justification. It's absolutely crazy. I would rather see this money set aside, and maybe we go through the work session again to figure out how this money gets doled out. But I don't feel a strong urge to get all, $48 million out tonight. I think we'd probably do ourselves a disservice if we actually let this particular project go through with the lack of facts and plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The mayor spoke about some of the unknowns, but I want to talk about some of the things that we know, some of the knowns. We know that in 2021, we put earnest money down on a facility on Tudor that would have helped us get out of the Sullivan Arena, and the mayor rejected it. We know that the mayor then proposed a 1,000-bed facility at Tudor and Elmore, which became a 450-bed facility, which became a 400-bed facility, and eventually we whittled it down over the course of months. A huge facility that would have been massively expensive, much more than this, and would have been harmful for the people that were sheltered there and harmful for the neighborhood. We also know that the mayor put that forward without an operating plan or a planned operator, just like he now accuses the assembly, and that this body voted for that without an operator. We also know, it is known,
Chair, point
that
of
there
order.
is a...
Mr. Dunbar, hold on, please. What's your point of order?
I just would like to make sure that Mr. Dunbar speaks directly to the amendment, please. We have a lot to go through tonight.
Absolutely, and I believe that he was. So it's the ruling of the chair that the point of order is not in order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also know that the mayor set an arbitrary date of June 30th to close the Sullivan Arena and create a humanitarian crisis that is now unfolding in Centennial Park, Centennial Campground. I go to Centennial Campground regularly. The last time I was there were people passed out in the...
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order. Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, could Mr. Dunbar please explain to the chair what Centennial Campground, or is this just a shopping list of venting? I just need to know...
Mr. Chair, hold on. Mr. Mayor, hold on. Is your point of order that you believe Mr. Dunbar is not speaking to the amendment?
Yes, in repetition of Ms. Allard, yes,
Yep.
that's exactly the point.
So this question has been asked and answered. Mr. Dunbar is on point. However, any member can challenge the ruling of the chair. So it is your right to do that right now, but it's not your right to continue to interrupt a member making the same point of order other members have made in the same moment when he has the floor. So you can, in fact, appeal the ruling of the chair to the body.
Point of order, I would like to appeal the ruling.
Okay, Mr. Cross has
Thank you.
appealed the ruling of the chair.
Thank you. And just that, I want to make sure we're speaking about the $11.9 million that's going to the Rasmussen Foundation.
Yep.
Not the history of bad spending that we have along, that we could go on for hours about bad spending in government. I would like to deal with this, so I challenge.
So the question
ruling of the chair.
is,
Thank you.
shall the chair be overruled? And someone needs to second it. Mr. Cross has moved.
I will
Ms.
second
Allard has
it.
seconded. Our members now proceed to vote.
Point of information,
Miss-
is the vote to override? I need clarification about what a yes and no vote is in this case. Thank you.
Vote to.
If you vote yes, you support overruling the chair.
Thank you.
Ms. LaFrance, this is on the vote to overrule the chair.
No.
Mr. Peterson, on a vote to overrule the chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No.
On a vote of 3 to 8, the ruling of the chair has not been overruled. The determination that Mr. Dunbar is in order is upheld, and we will continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm speaking to the necessity of this funding being used for housing. It's part of a broader plan that I appreciate some of my colleagues have brought forward to address the humanitarian crisis that is now unfolding in Centennial Park. Now, I think it's unfortunate the mayor feels we are harassing him when asking for that $3.4 million that his administration failed to secure for the guest house, which is part of this overall plan. The guest house is a crucial component, but keep in mind the Aviator Hotel is also going to become unavailable to us in about 2 months. That's another 200 people that are going to be put out onto the streets. So we need additional housing space. Again, we know that there's a humanitarian crisis. We know that we need more housing, so I urge support for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I'm going to skip down the queue to Mr. Presverdia and then Mr. Rivera, who have yet to speak on the amendment. Mr. Presverdia.
You can pull me out of the queue. I think all of my comments have been shared by my colleagues.
Mr. Rivera, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I'd like to go last, please.
Okay, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
In response to, I guess, the mayor's concern, but actually my concern, not even about this project, but I raised this with Dean and Shelley and some others earlier, that, how do we ensure if folks aren't spending the money we appropriate tonight, that we get that money back in time to use it for other needs? We know there are other needs. We saw, over $5 of asks for every dollar that we had this time around. So there will be a clause put into the grant agreement for any project that if they have not made sufficient progress by 2022, we may take some of those funds. I believe this is how it's going to be written, but staff will be doing this. 2024, I'm sorry, so that we ensure all the money that comes to this city through ARPA is used wisely and we aren't squandering any funds. So that's not a concern here, and it won't be a concern in the other projects as well. And then I just want to call to attention that here we are in Anchorage, in the biggest city in Alaska, and we have the mayor of our city speaking up against collaborating with the biggest foundation in Alaska that has supported us, that has made our city flourish, that has worked to solve this problem. And the reason that this money has to go to Rasmussen is because we cannot currently trust this administration to do anything well. And that's the truth, and we all know it. And so I thank the Rasmussen Foundation. I'm sorry you have a bad partner. Thank you for doing this work.
Mr. Cross.
Maybe my memory serves me wrong, but I don't think it was this mayor that started the Sullivan Arena as the nation's largest homeless shelter and turned into a giant nightmare in Midtown. That said, speaking specifically to this amendment, which I'd prefer us to do, if Rasmussen does such a great job with $12 million and we just assign it, then why didn't we give them all the money to solve the homeless problem and we just abdicate our responsibility? If you trust them wholeheartedly, why are we even involved in the process? $12 million is a lot of money. And as we can see, we made bad decisions in the past. Yeah, you could say, listen, we just bought another hotel, Gateway, or excuse me, for $9 million, $3 million, we just gave more money towards a hotel. When we got a hotel we already own, we aren't using, the Golden Lion. This is like me buying a boat and then not using it and telling my wife I want to buy another boat because this one doesn't get halibut, that one only gets salmon. And I guess I don't get it. We just keep spending this money. You want to trust them with $12 million. I just say all I have a problem with is the designee. Just want to know who that is. And I don't think it's unreasonable to want to know who is going to be designated a $12 million asset that we're paying for. Thank you.
Thank you. I am going to ask the membership to make a motion to extend the debate by half an hour.
Call question.
Move to extend the debate by half an hour.
Second. Which motion do you second?
The debate.
So a motion was made to call the question, but there wasn't a second. A second motion was made to extend the debate by half an hour by Mr. Rivera that was seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. That's the question that's before us.
I apologize, Chair. I think nobody heard me, so I'm called the question, and I'm sure that if
No, I definitely heard you call the question.
You might have, but I don't know if the rest did.
I understand that, but then another motion was made and a second was made. So that motion was made proper.
Okay, I'll call it afterwards.
Okay, thank you. So the question before us now is, shall the debate be extended for half an hour? Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. LaFrance?
I'm sorry, would you repeat the question before us?
To extend debate half an hour.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
That motion passes 9-2. Ms. Allard.
I call the question.
That motion is made.
Second.
Made by Ms. Allard, seconded by Mr. Salt. This motion takes 8 votes. Members may proceed to vote. That's interesting. So the motion before us is in fact the motion to approve the amendment. And so the calling of the question, if 8 members vote affirmatively, brings immediately the question of the motion to fund the Rasmussen Foundation for this purchase. Members may proceed to vote on the question that's been called.
Ms. LaFrance?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
People should have voted yes. On a vote of 8-3, the question has been called. The question before us now is, shall we amend, what's the Amendment 4A? Shall we incorporate Amendment 4A? Approve. Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. LaFrance, on Amendment 4A.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Amendment 4A passes 8-3. Ms. Zalatal can return to the chamber.
Mr. Chair, I veto amendment number 4 alpha to AR 2022-178 supplemental. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to override the mayoral veto on Amendment 4A.
Second.
A motion has been made to override the mayor's veto by Mr. Rivera and has been seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Volland is identified as the second. Please.
Ms. LaFrance, on the motion to override the veto of Amendment 4A.
Wait, is that a
Yes.
debatable? It is. I'm in the queue.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not see Mr. Dunbar in the queue.
Do you want me to reset this?
Yeah, let's reset the count. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also would maybe suggest my friend, Mr. Rivera, this might be a good opportunity to make the remarks you were going to make, because this is a debatable motion. I urge an override, and I would also hope that the organizations that are watching understand that you have a partner in the Assembly that wants to continue working with you on this issue. This is a historic opportunity to take a real step forward in getting people who are unhoused into housing. And it is a real opportunity to be part of the solution, although not the entire thing, to end the humanitarian crisis in Centennial Park. And I'll say we've heard a lot of rhetoric from this administration about how much they care about this issue, but when we have moved forward with actual projects, actual housing...
One second, Mr. Dunbar. I don't know your name. The lady in green, please do not disrupt the operations of this meeting. No, it's the speaking out. In fact, it's several of you in that area. You've been warned. That's a second. Mr. Dunbar.
We've heard a lot of rhetoric about how much they care about solutions for homelessness. Here is a real solution, and we saw another one with the guest house, and I hope we continue. There's another one sitting on the table with the Golden Lion that would allow for more treatment facilities, which is a prerequisite to spending more money on the facility at Tudor and Elmore. I urge the mayor to go forward with the Golden Lion. I urge him to support these kind of projects, and I urge the community to pay attention when we're doing these kind of things. People like to go and speak and go to ribbon cuttings and that kind of thing, but this is actual action. See who's actually voting for action versus who's just putting out the rhetoric and getting in the way when we try to make progress. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Presverdio, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to also encourage my colleagues to override this. I want to just take a few moments to thank the community partners, the Rasmussen Foundation, and the many organizations that have stepped up over the last year and that have made progress in many cases in spite of this administration, not because the administration has worked with them. We have the sockeye in place now, we have the guest house in place now, and we need more housing. And that's the solution. The solution to the crisis that we see right now is housing, and the long-term solution of homelessness in this city is housing as well as a myriad of other services that need to be brought forward. And to the point that was made by Ms. Quinn-Davidson, I would prefer that this funding went to the health department and went to the administration. But we clearly see that their lack of planning and lack of ability to move forward on these projects forces us to go directly to community partners and to go to people that we know will make this happen. And so I think we need to override this. I think we need to move forward. And I appreciate the bravery of my colleagues and the community organizations that are willing to step up and actually solve this problem. Thank you.
I'm going to skip down the queue. First, Mr. Bronson, then Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. First and foremost, to clear the record here, I'm not speaking against the Rasmussen Foundation whatsoever. They're a long historic partner here. What I'm asking for is a plan for spending $12 million from the Assembly. And we're being asked today to send money to somewhere to sit when I'm trying to buy gas for vehicles. And I don't think it's too much to ask who the designee is going to be, and you don't know. This is a lot of money. In this day and age, this is a lot of, and we have hard times coming in this city with increased inflation, with homeless problems. At the end of the day, you guys got to come up with a plan for this. I support the Rasmussen Foundation, but that's not the point here. The point here is you've got to have a place for this money to go. And it's just going to go sit somewhere. You don't know who's going to operate it. Who's going to operate it? Literally, that's a question. Who's going to operate it 5 years from now, 10 years from now? Felix couldn't answer that, and I understand he couldn't. But these are questions we have to. In the NAB Center, I could tell you how we're going to operate it 5 years from now or 10 years from now, if we even need it in 10 years. I mean, the hope is we're successful and we don't need it. But I'm telling you, we keep talking about the humanitarian disaster at Centennial Park. I hear this over and over and over again, and I'm there about every other day, sometimes twice a day. Many people have been there. I invite people to go there. I've seen humanitarian disasters in all over the world. I've been there. This is not a humanitarian disaster. And this is what we know, is that Chester Creek and a lot of the other rough campgrounds around town that we have are depopulating and going to that campground because it's better. Is it good? No. Do I want a campground like that? No, I definitely don't. But I was left with no choice because a year ago, this assembly, who most of them been here for 6 or 7 years, and they've done nothing to deal with homelessness until we came into office about a year ago. Okay, now it's my fault. I'm just going to relay to the public. I had an assembly member last October sit in my office, Mr. Mayor, if you can get that 1,000-person facility down to 450, I will vote for it and I can bring the entire assembly along with me. And when it got down to 150, he voted against it. That's the world I have to deal with. Okay? People don't keep their word to me. So we made decisions based on 450. It got to 150. And we got a no vote. So, and we're still waiting on the funding for this. That thing is under construction. It's coming, and it's going to be piled up in that parking lot, and then we're going to see when it's cold out if you want to fund the construction of it, because that will be on you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and I have put myself in the queue. I strongly support this move to override this veto. The mayor just spoke about a meeting that I had with him in his office, in which I did say I would bring the assembly along if he came through with a plan that made sense, reduced the numbers, and didn't impact the neighborhood. What the mayor didn't do was pay attention to the proceedings that were going on for 4 months before the vote on his mass shelter. What actually happened was I told his staff, I told his negotiating team, all I need to see is an operations plan, a rough order of magnitude plan. You can go back and watch the videos. I asked for it that night. I asked for it the night before. I asked for it the week before, a month before. That plan never came, and that plan still has not come from this administration. The only thing that's come are bogus documents appointing unqualified people to do the work that we need done. Instead of making promises and failing, we need to deliver for this community. I never backed out on my promises. What I did was I proceeded and asked the questions. The questions were never answered by this administration. So to that end, once again, I believe that this body should override this veto and get on with the business of helping people out of the woods where they've been banished to the bears. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been quite an astonishing conversation. So let's talk about plans. And the way that I always talk about plans is talk about the immediate plans, the short-term plans, and the long-term plans. The Assembly has brought forward a package that deals with a lot of the short-term needs. That package was brought forward by Assembly members Perez-Verdia, Mr. Voland, and myself. We brought forward a plan, and hopefully with approval, with overriding this veto, which I encourage my colleagues to do, and then approval of this resolution, we will have funded the last part of that 5-part plan. So the Assembly has provided the long-term plan. The short-term plan. The long-term plan is sort of what I have been calling and what others in the community have been calling Anchored Home 2.0. You're going to hear a lot more about Anchored Home in the coming weeks and months, and the need for us to update that document and to continue doing a lot of great work focused around the principle of housing first. We're left with then the immediate plan. What are we doing immediately? And I have stated again and again that it is the responsibility of the administration to deal with the immediate plans, and they have simply failed to do so. So if you look at it, the Assembly right now is the only one that has a plan that is getting passed, hopefully today, and will be implemented, and we're going to get the work done to provide housing in our community. Speaking of that, I trust Rasmussen to do this work to provide housing in our community. And I apologize to Rasmussen for the tenor of this conversation. I think we need to be really careful when we are talking about working with some of our longstanding community partners of how we work with them, how we treat them, how we treat our community. I think we need to be really careful about that. Even though I trust Rasmussen, we are not abdicating our responsibility. We are going to bring Rasmussen in, as they do every month, to our Housing and Homelessness Committee. They are going to tell us how things are going with this $11.9 million that we are entrusting them with. So we have avenues to continue being accountable to the public with these dollars. I want to remind people what this is, right? We're looking at purchasing low-income, extremely low-income, and permanent supportive housing units. We know that we need all of these units, not just for people experiencing homelessness. Let's think bigger than that. We know that we need these units for our entire community. So this is, I think, something great that our entire community will benefit from. And I think it's a disservice by stalling this real progress that we've been making. And lastly, when it comes to trusting our word, I just want to state that the facilitation, at the end, near the end of our facilitation, we discussed this proposal. We discussed the putting in an ARPA application for $12 million, actually it was $15 million. Facilitation supported putting that proposal forward. We've put it in the package, and now the mayor has overridden or vetoed what the facilitation agreed to. So I guess that's really all I have to say about trusting people's word. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I would just, obviously, I move that we don't override the veto. Mr. Constance, you made a great point in that, part of the reason you didn't support the NAV Center is because they didn't have a plan. We're just asking for the same thing. We don't know where the money's going. It's not that you don't, and even to the point of, hiring, you said it's no longer trust, but verify. It's just verify. That's all we're asking for. I'm just asking for the same consistency that you brought up in other points that we extend this. I think Rasmussen's a great group. I have no complaints. But again, it's a lot of money. We do have APD, fire trucks, parks and rec, municipal, we're running over our gas budget. We have things that we seriously need to address. And so nobody's saying no. We're just saying proceed cautiously, and perhaps this isn't proceeding cautiously. Thank you.
Mr. Bronson.
Just to put things in perspective here, I texted Larry Baker, who I think we can all admire and respect. He led the facilitated process.
Mr. Mayor, there's a point of order made by Ms. Allard.
Yeah, didn't the mayor already speak a couple of times? Can we just get on with this and stop having a pissing contest and vote? Like, we have to get down to the brass tacks of what's going on in this community, and I don't want to sit here all night going back and forth when we actually know how this is going to turn out. Let's just go for it. Let's vote, get it done, and call it a day.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to be on the record to clear my name here. I appreciate Ms. Allard's concerns.
Hold on, let me go ahead and rule on the point of order. Ms. Allard, I 100% agree with you, but I can't sustain.
Oh, this is about you too. All you boys over there, let's just stop this.
I 100%
and just
agree with you, but
go forward. My God.
I have to let the mayor finish.
My dad's bigger than your dad.
I appreciate you tonight, Ms. Allard. Mr. Mayor.
Good, then you should vote for my amendments.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Jamie. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So anyways, I texted Larry here when this discussion was going. Larry, have I or you ever committed to buying the APTEL? And this is his text. No, we never promised to buy the APTEL. We committed to buy the Barrett for workforce housing and then the guest house to replace the Barrett. But the APTEL was never part of the negotiations. It was mentioned as a might be available, but no further discussions or comments from either side. So I'm just going to put Larry on the record there because I don't think he's on the bridge. But this is the process I found through the facilitation that we need to get clarified with Mr. Rivera is this. You make proposals that you really, really want. I get that. That's your job in the process. But then you assume we agree to them and we don't, and then all of a sudden you're questioning my word. And so I never promised to buy this. Larry never promised to buy this within the APTEL. So I just wanted that on the record, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
The record is clear. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jamie Allard, Ms. Allard, you have the floor.
No, you didn't take me out of queue. I want to get moving.
Mr. Presverdia.
I would just suggest that we need to probably have another conversation about the facilitation process and what happened within the facilitation process and what was said in the facilitation process, because what the mayor just said is absolutely not true. And the way that facilitation process proceeded and ended should be on our record at some point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Group therapy. I appreciate
I agree with that. I would love to have that discussion, especially
Mr.
about
Mayor,
the very
hold on.
last meeting.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you have the floor twice on this amendment, or this already. So that would be the third time. So is that it, Mr. Presverdia? That's everyone I have in the queue, and members may proceed to vote on the question. Question being, shall the mayor's veto be overridden?
Ms. LaFrance, on the question of whether the mayor's veto shall be overridden.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
On a vote of 8-3, the mayor's veto has been overridden. Ms. Zalatel can return to the chamber. I don't know what amendment. Just get it out of
Sure.
I'll move cross amendment.
Ms. Alato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move LaFrance Constant Amendment number 11.
There's been a motion made. Can we get a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Motion has been made by Ms. Alatel and seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Ms. Alatel.
Sure. This amendment is mostly an administrative amendment. It gives the opportunity for the clerk or designee the authorization to make reasonably conforming changes in case of any conflict, ambiguity, or inaccuracy from the amendments to this resolution. I believe this is something we often do when we take up omnibus legislation. Thank you.
Anyone wish to speak on this amendment? Hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. LaFrance on amendment number 11.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Ms. Allard, would you move your amendment number 10?
I move amendment number 10.
Moved by Ms. Allard. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Cross in this case. Just because. So we have this amendment before us. Would you like to speak to it?
Sure. So we heard Tiny, and we also heard Ryan come up here from the Lions to testify on the needs of this $125,000. And just to give a little background to the community, so the state brought forward a bill to do a land transfer for Eagle River Lions Club. And in doing that, they were allowing that the Eagle River Lions Club now owns it, and they could further develop that land. There are several things that the $125,000 will cover. One of them would be for appraisals, plat, surveying, quite a bit of funds in order to get this fully funded and moving forward. What happened was the state gave us a car, and no pun intended, but they gave it to us without gas. So we need to finalize it so we can move forward with this, and I would appreciate the support of all the assembly members on this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. LaFrance, amendment number 10.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Let's go back to the order. Number 5. Oh, yeah, that amendment passed 12-0. Thank you. We're on Amendment 5.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move Amendment 5, proposed by LaFrance and Salt.
Okay, amendment number 5
Second.
has been moved by Mr. Salt and seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Salt.
So what we're trying to do with this amendment is simply take $100,000 out of the $1.6 million and allow that for pre-development work, not contingent upon a match. The thought there is possibly to have that if they were to go for a bond, to help that push for the bond and some other things as well.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote on amendment number 5.
Ms. LaFrance.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, that amendment passes. We're now on Amendment 6.
Can we pause on 6? Pass it.
Okay, let's go with amendment number 7.
I've been asked by council to take up 7 at the end.
So move cross amendment.
There is 7A as well. So I'm going to take a brief interlude and ask Mr. Gates.
I could kind of speak on it a little bit of why we're doing what we're doing, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so which amendment were we on? Are we not doing 6? We're not doing 7. We're on to Amendment 8. Amendment number 8.
You also have the cross amendment. Okay, is that number 8? Mine says unnumbered, so. Cross amendment. Oh, it's in the packet. All right, there you go. I'll look at the unnumbered one. Thank you.
Chair, if we're going to hold off on
Oh, there we
amendment,
go.
if we're going to hold off, just a quick question, point of information.
Ms. Allard, you're recognized.
Thank you. If we're going to hold off on Amendment 7, is that going to be different of the reason why? Do you not want me to proceed with Amendment 7A? Is it? Does Mr. Dunbar know if that's intertwined?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you.
So for now, we're moving on to Amendment 8. Thank you, Ms. Allard. So, Mr. Cross.
Yes, I'd like to move amendment number 8, cross amendment number 8, please.
There's a motion.
Second.
Second by Mr. Allard, so moved by Mr. Cross, second by Ms. Allard. Amendment number 8, Mr. Cross. And then-
Yeah, this is an attempt to somehow bridge the gap on the massive shortage that we have in fuel for APD, AFD, Parks Rec, maintenance, across the board, street maintenance. You know, this was difficult because we had already kind of decided what we were going to do, and then regretfully, during our 6 meetings and 22 plus hours, whether it was, we can play blame anywhere, but I don't think anybody realized in the depth of our conversations just how the gravity of the fuel situation was, and that's unfortunate. Went back and looked at what we set forward as priorities, and so I identified 5 different places we might be able to pull that. Some of these I really wanted to see funded, but you know, when we went back to our priorities, we started saying that we were going to focus on new applicants, people who hadn't received funds in the first, or individuals that, or what we called, not shovel ready, but it was basically tangible projects that we could do, that we could move forward on. And so I went through and, you know, with the help of the administration, kind of identified some of these. The ABC Alaska Black Caucus received funds through the last ARPA. We had a fantastic member here. We know that they're actually sitting financially really well. This is a remodel of a building we helped them buy. And so as much as I would love to see them funded, I think since they received funds in the first round, perhaps we look at allocating money from that. Or from VOA. There's different things. I'm malleable on this, but we really got to fund this gas. We got to come up with our gas shortage. Second is we had the Ship Creek study. I love the Ship Creek study, but I don't think right now we should be looking at studies. We got to look at gas. We got to look at putting, making sure we don't run out of fuel. The same thing happened on, which was the fishing, excuse me, there was the 5th item here. I'm going to go back through. What was the other study? There it is, a study for the Alaska Literacy Program. There's another study and a research assessment. The other one is the COVID Center Coalition for Safety, the coalition. This, I went back and looked at it. This is for more advertising to let people know about vaccines. If you don't know about the vaccine, I can't help you. Another $250,000 isn't going to teach you more about how to get a vaccine or how to deal with COVID. In fact, this may be some sarcasm. Why don't we ask Pfizer or Johnson & Johnson and the $93 million a day they're getting in funds to pay for some advertising on vaccines, not us. And then finally, the Rabbit Creek Community Council, South Potter Mark visitor sites, that's actually on state land. That's on state land. I don't think we should be funding a state land project. I really want those outhouses. I want that built, but that's state property, and after further review, I don't think that we should be funding as municipality improvements to state property. So I'm trying to come up with, that's 3.2. It's not enough. If you guys have other ideas, but let's keep our fire trucks, our police department, and our vehicles fueled. Thank you.
And before we move on, I would just note that from previous amendments, $122,000 has been taken from the sub-projects that are having funds taken from. So the net difference towards the funding available for this program would be minus $122,000. So it would be don't trust my math, but roughly $3,100,000 or so. Okay, Mr. Volland.
Hoo boy. I do not support this. I think it's wildly outside of our public process that we went through. You know, on other amendments, we've made tweaks here and there to subtract and add. And with all due respect to the member from Eagle River, I think it's notable that there are no Eagle River projects on the chopping block here. So we could go through and we could strike Section 4, Section 6, Section 8, Section 7, and get our gas money. But I would urge a no vote on this. Thank you.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't support this amendment because there are other ways to fund this need for gas money. We have to do this lots of times. In fact, we often find that one department needs more funds than we anticipated. We've actually done this multiple times with the fire department. And we have mechanisms for that. We also have opportunities in this year that haven't been available to us in the past, like increased community assistance from the state, which would more than cover the gas charges. So I don't think we should sacrifice these projects that have gone through this process, but take up this issue, work through it, look at the budget, and see where there is funding available. And frankly, as we run through the year, I don't think we will be to the point where there will not be gas in those gas tanks. This is often what first quarter budget revisions are for in the next year, when we square up our budget from what was actually spent versus what was budgeted. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add a little more context to this amendment and the request for the fuels money specifically. So this is actually the first time I've seen a specific number. So Mr. Cross clearly got that from the administration, which is good for us to see, but we actually need a work session on this, and we need a discussion on what's going on with the fuels. As you know, the Assembly is appropriating body, so if there are issues with different departments' funding, we want to hear about it in detail, and then we want to solve the problem. And so knowing that we heard about this, that it was an issue, we just scheduled, Mr. Dunbar and I just scheduled a budget committee meeting discussion on this so that we can solve the problem. I also just want to note that in the last budget meeting, we have a regular report of revenues and expenditures from the treasurer. And the treasurer noted that we're expecting in FY22 about, I think, $1.6 million of community assistance, which is funding that comes from the Alaska legislature. Mr. Peterson, who has spent many years in the legislature, months ago told us that it would actually be $7.2 million. So we raised this with the administration. They weren't aware at the time. So that's about $6 million, almost $6 million more than they expected that comes to our community to spend on what we wish. Mr. Dunbar and I then followed up with our finance folks on staff to make sure that number was correct. We're getting a supplemental amount for this year, supplemental community assistance of $1.3 million, and then we're also getting a FY23 because the state fiscal year is different than our fiscal year. The state has already allocated $5.8 million of community assistance that the administration was not aware of yet to Anchorage, and we're getting that in around November, I believe. So we will, before the year end, have about $6 million that we did not expect that would cover almost twice what I understand the fuel need to be. So I look forward to hearing more information about this at the next budget committee meeting so that we can all work together on a supplemental budget appropriation to fix this issue. Thank you. Oh, and so I'll be voting against the amendment because we have another way to solve this. Thanks.
So we have expired the time available for debate on this item. So
Move to extend by 15 minutes.
Second.
moved by Mr. Dunbar, seconded by Ms. Allard, and this vote takes 8 members. Members may proceed to vote.
No, it's great.
Ms. LaFrance, on the motion to amend for 15 minutes, or extend for 15 minutes?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
On a vote of 10 to 2, that item passes. We are extended for 15 minutes. Is that, yeah, it's 15 minutes from now?
I'm going to do it from 10:01.
Okay, so that's to 10:16. Let's get on it, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. So first of all, I wanted to hit on a couple of points that we did discuss this in April. We also discussed it in May in reference to the need of the gas. I would agree that I didn't understand the severity of it, and maybe it was just I didn't pay attention. So that is, I do know we had discussed it. Two, we are 16% of the municipality, Eagle River. Mr. Vollen, I'm going to speak directly to you. And we get 16% of the municipality as a community. We get 4% of the services. So when you take a jab at Eagle River, let me explain. We are the good kids on the block. We literally should be setting the example for what the MOA should be doing as a whole with the Anchorage and the homeless facilities. Because we don't have the issues that Anchorage does. I get it, it's a bigger environment, but we have rules and laws and codes in place that protect our community, and we work together wholeheartedly. I will absolutely still do the I thing with you and the Eagle River Lions, but I have to tell you, when I hear North Anchorage is getting over $20 million for that particular district, I get it, you have other needs, but I'm not going to take a jab at that. I won't, because I know there are other needs. And we are also getting the lowest amount in any of the 6 districts. We are receiving the lowest amount for ARPA. So please understand that I support what we're doing. I understand all the things, but my community is spot on with what we do, and you can live and learn in Eagle River.
Can I respond, Mr. Chair?
No, thank you. You can put yourself in the queue.
Okay.
Mr. Cross.
Yeah, just along the same lines, and I realize that you're like, why didn't you put any Eagle River projects on there? That's because Eagle River got so little money on this stuff for that reason, so we didn't have a lot of big projects. I mean, every district here, all 5 others, there's at least one project that you guys are getting that's could fund everything that we're asking for in Eagle River, okay? So it's because we didn't get a lot. So, I mean, if your plate's empty, there's not a whole lot to take off it. So I appreciate that, but again, look at it at the bigger scope of things. Hubble telescope view. Thank you.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I've heard it through these some 25 hours of process that we've been on, that downtown's getting like $20 million. And I can tell you, my neighbors would gladly give that money to another neighborhood. They would gladly have the guest house be in the Golden Lion. They would gladly have the funding that's going to purchase possibly or likely the Aptel to be in Diamond. You know, we would gladly have it be in Eagle River, but that's just not the fiscal reality. And so I want people to recognize it's not a gift that we're taking all of this money. It's a burden, and it's a burden we're willing to share because we have people living in the mud, and it's our duty to take care of our citizenry. And so I just want everyone to be really clear that it's not a gift that all this money is coming into the north of this town.
I agree with you, Chris.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Walland.
Yeah, so to echo Chris, thank you, Mr. Chair. The needs are high in downtown. We've also funded a lot of community-wide projects. And Member Allard, I don't want to cut any Eagle River projects, nor have I moved to do that. So I just want to reaffirm that. Thank you.
All right, so now, I'm not sure what we have before us.
8.
Amendment 8. Let's review what Amendment 8 is again. Amendment 8 is to take from several other projects and to fund fuel. We are ready. Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. LaFrance, how do you vote on amendment number 8?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
On a vote of 1 to 11, amendment number 8 fails to pass the body. Amendment number 9. That's Cross's amendment, which is an an amendment that corrects a number of existing errors of language. Is anyone going to move cross amendment number 9?
I'd like to move cross amendment number 9.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Ms. Allard. Mr. Cross.
Thank you. This is a purpose just amendment to correct language of existing sections to align with funding directives. You can go through and read through this. Section 14, Section 15. You can see that there was some errors in what we wrote and what we intended. We wrote 3 when it should have been, wrote 5 when it should have been 75. So these are just clerical errors. Thank you.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't think, so it's just clerical errors, correct? Because there was talk about, are we giving it to them in one lump sum, or are we changing, to specify? And I thought we did specify. So I just want to double check that it's just clerical. If it's not clerical, did you speak with Cook Inlet Housing Authority about this amendment, Mr. Cross?
I think the language is before us, and I don't see any substantive changes other than numbers that look to be corrected. Mr. Cross, is that a correct? Okay.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry, I misread the amendment, so I withdraw my question. Thank you, Mr.
Ms.
Chair.
Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Mr. Cross, so we passed, thank you for catching these, first of all. We passed an amendment that allowed the clerk to go in and fix any errors, so I'm wondering whether, Barbara's saying something, go ahead.
If I might, just that these are beyond Scrivener's details.
Okay.
And I think that it's better to clarify the language, because a code reviser is going to look at that and say, what is it, $4,500,000 or is it $4,500,000, right? And what are you going to take, the written language or the numbers? And so these really do help to clarify.
So I guess I have that same question that Barbara would then have is, how did you pick, Mr. Cross, how did you pick which corrections to make? Like, did staff give these to you and say, oh, these were errors, we accidentally?
Yeah, I was working with the staff on this, and I apologize because I didn't go into the detail. I wanted to make sure that after further detail that it was correct in what we were trying to work on. So, but yes, so as you can see, it says, in an amount to exceed $500,000. So a lot of this was just making sure that the amounts that they were requesting were written out correctly and they matched the numerical. I hope that gives clarification, and we can go to the council as far as why they felt as if this was necessary.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I'm just making sure that, I haven't reviewed these, so just taking Mr. Cross' word for it, but.
All right, thank you.
I trust him.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Camacho, do you want to give us any input on this amendment?
I believe that these amendments match the details in the spreadsheet. I just double checked. So they are bringing everything to conform to the amounts on the spreadsheet.
Thank you. So I think, I don't know if you heard this, Mr. Cross, but a word echoed across the dais. That's a Weddleton amendment. So good work, yes.
I wish I could take credit for it. I will tell you that, when these things were brought to my attention, I was like, okay, well, how do we write it up and how do we fix it? So.
Thank you. So hearing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote on this amendment.
Ms. LaFrance, on cross amendment number 9.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Salt, on cross amendment number 9?
Did he vote? Yes. He should say so.
Mr. Salt voted yes.
Thank you. On a vote of 12 to 0, that amendment passes. Are we coming back to 7A? Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Dunbar Amendment number 7.
Second.
7? 7A.
7.
Okay. Moved by Mr. Dunbar and seconded by Ms. Allard. That's
So I'll start by,
Amendment 7.
can I speak to the amendment?
You have the floor.
So I think that the legal issue that I believe has been flagged by Ms. Allard and by council is the fact that this goes to the Anchorage Assembly to be distributed as opposed to going to the administration. I'm not wed to that if people believe that there's a better recipient of these funds. I initially wanted to go to the school district to make that decision. I see Mr. Jacobs from the school board is here. I might ask him to answer some questions, but for now I'll just say when I attempted to do that, I was told by council that I couldn't, and so I was trying to resolve this issue of where should these funds go. This amendment, though, in its substance, what it does is include Alaska Behavioral Health and the Alaska School-Based Health Centers, which is Christian Health Associates, in the pool of money for mental health services in schools. And we heard testimony as to why they should be included. This is not in any way to disparage Volunteers of America, who also do tremendous work, and I think they would still get, I would assume, the bulk of these funds, or at least a significant portion of these funds. I don't think we have detailed enough information to know what the breakdown between the three organizations should be, and I think frankly, we've heard from the organizations that they work together, that they often collaborate, and I would hope the three of them could get together and figure out how much should go to each organization. So we've done this in other cases, like in the child care, for example, the child care, we have a pot of money that goes to a variety of different organizations, in that case by competitive grants. In this case, I'm specifying these three organizations, but I don't want to specify a specific amount other than the overall amount of $1.9 million. And I would hope that the administrator, whether it's the assembly or the school district or the administration, can figure out an equitable distribution working with the organizations together. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't support this amendment for a couple of reasons. One, my preference is in 7A. Where the amounts are specified. We actually did have considerable information about the project amounts requested for each. And I think with an amendment to the amendment in 7A, we can get really close. I also want this money to be ready to get out the door. And I think if it has to be another grant process, it's a whole nother, it's a delay in getting these funds deployed for this school year. I did speak with Mr. Jacobs a little bit about the possibility of the school district doing this, and some verification through ASD that it wouldn't violate our contribution limits as long as it was outside money. It could go to ASD. That said, I think that would still be a delay. Instead, I would like to get these funds out to these organizations to build on the work that they're planning to do for this coming school year. I will say I was somewhat disappointed to not see I was somewhat disappointed to see three separate proposals instead of one collaborative proposal. I'm hopeful as these groups continue to collaborate with ASD. I know they do that regularly as they're figuring out how to integrate mental health services across the school district, that collaboration will build and become stronger. And then I will just want to finish up by saying I really do support, in particular, the Volunteers of America program. We had invested in that early with the CARES Act, and I feel like this is building on that infrastructure and investment we previously made. Thank you.
Member Allard.
Thank you, Chair. Can I go ahead and move amendment?
Actually, I'm sorry to interrupt. We actually need another motion to extend.
Move to extend by 15 minutes.
Second.
A motion has been made by Ms. Quinn Davidson and seconded by Ms. Zalatel to extend the meeting by 15 minutes. Is there any objection?
The meeting or just this amendment? Because we're going to be here a little while.
I'm sorry, the debate. Sorry. Debate. Any objection? Hearing and seeing none, the debate has been extended for an additional 15 minutes. Ms. Allard, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, thank you, Chair. Can I go ahead and move Amendment A, please? 7A. Are we?
So we have an amendment on the floor. First, we have to
This is...
dispatch it.
Okay.
And I have myself in the queue.
Can I speak a little bit to this one, though?
Please,
Since I'm already in queue? Okay, thank you, Chair. I appreciate the Volunteers of America as well, but what I'm looking at is that these are all different organizations, and because of that, Alaska School-Based Health Centers and Alaska Behavioral Health are different organizations that can manage their own funds. So I would just probably not going to support this as I am for the next one, so, okay, thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, a couple things. So thank you to all of the organizations that were here tonight and for doing this work in the community. We value this work and we value that you're part of it. And thanks to Mr. Dunbar and Ms. Allard, because I think we're all trying to solve the problem, right? As we all care about this and it's just figuring out how to do it. I don't plan to support Mr. Dunbar's amendment because I don't like, I think what Ms. Altel already said pretty well, that it's a little squishy. We've had to make hard calls on the rest of the ARPA allocations. Why would we sort of punt this one and add another process and then take more time? So I think we have the information we need. And to that end, I really like Ms. Allard's breakdown in her amendment, so I'll be supporting that, hopefully with a small change because some of the numbers we might switch around a little bit. But anyway, I think we should move on to Ms. Allard's amendment. Thanks.
Thanks, and I have myself in the queue. What I think is this is actually the better approach than the other one. And if I'm not going to make an amendment, but what I would do to this one is strike out to the Anchorage Assembly and add for a collaborative grant program, which would put all of those parties to come together and determine for themselves the best way for that program to work. And so that's what I would like to see happen, but I'm not going to wrestle with it. Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, I will make an amendment to the amendment to do just that, to strike out available to the Anchorage Assembly for direct grants and change it to, what was the language you said?
For a collaborative grant program. To those parties, the Volunteers of America, Alaska Behavioral Health, Alaska School-Based Health.
So it would now read, our $1,900,000 are available for a collaborative grant program for distribution among, and then as the amendment reads. So it would be administered by the administration, and it would go to a collaborative grant program to those three organizations.
So for the purposes of the order, the computer system just crashed, and we're going to have to come back to this question in a couple minutes. Everyone else.
Can I have a second? You seconded it?
Second.
Mr. Peterson seconds. So Mr. Dunbar moves. Mr. Peterson seconds, and we're going to take a moment to get the system back online. And what's going to happen is we're going to go the old-fashioned way. I still have the ability to get a text, or you can try to grab my attention, and we will take all of our votes by voice. And so I'll do my best to manage the queue.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Dunbar.
So I think you want me to go first. I will withdraw my amendment to the amendment if my second will agree.
Agreed.
I will withdraw my amendment if the second will agree.
The amendment number 7 or the amendment?
Yeah, I have been convinced by conversations with my colleagues that Ms. Allard's is a better vehicle with some amendments.
I'll withdraw the second.
Okay.
All right, before us now, we have an open floor. Who would like to make a motion?
I'll move Amendment 7A.
Amendment 7A
Second.
has been moved by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Ms. Allard. Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Chair. So the organizations that were involved here did reach out to me, and I know that we were considering about lowering the amount, but they did reach out for a second time because I questioned that. And the truth of the matter is they need those funds, and they're really great for these organizations to have. So I would still request, unless we want to increase the first one of the 100,000, leave the, there was one that was needing a larger amount, and I believe that was the Alaska Behavioral Health is the one that we could increase and take from the BOA. But if not, the Alaska School-Based Health Centers, they both needed the 100,000 at a minimum. Go ahead. Austin, go.
First in the queue, I have Ms. Zalatel and then Ms. Quinn-Davidson. And it feels like our system might have just been restored, which is kind of amazing. Small IT miracle.
Actually, I'm going to move an amendment to the amendment. I would like to change the amount to $200,000 to Alaska Behavioral Health and $50,000 to Alaska School-Based Health Centers, Christian Health Associates.
Could we leave the 100,000, Ms. Zalatel?
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry, $150,000 to Alaska Behavioral Health. Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. And $50,000 to Alaska School-Based Health Centers.
So there is an amendment proposed. Is there a second?
Second.
So moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Ms. Allard.
Oh, may I speak to the amendment really quickly?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. The $50,000 to Alaska School-Based Health Centers is what they requested in their proposal, and this covers admin fees. This is the one part of this set of funding that doesn't go to direct services. I understand it helps make direct services pencil, but this is what they requested. And then by doing that and shifting the funding to Alaska Behavioral Health, it gets us closer to their amount in their request, their overall requested amount. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I support this. I like what Ms. Allard's trying to do, get some of the funds to the 3 groups that have applied. It's somewhat proportional, although I understand that VOA is a little higher, but they proposed to do more work and had a higher amount that they came forward with to begin with. So, you okay, Mr. Dunbar? Anyway, I support the amendment that Meg just made. I don't think we need to give an organization more than they asked for when we're cutting others, so.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel and Ms. Quinn-Davidson. I'll support it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yep, easy. See, boys, see how easy that was?
I was hoping you would make an amendment. Thank you. We have Zalatel amendment, or excuse me, Amendment 7A with an amendment to reduce 50,000 from from Alaska School-Based Health Center and to 50,000, and then increase Alaska Behavioral Health to 150,000. Anyone else wish to speak on the item? All right, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. LaFrance, this is a verbal amendment to 7A to reduce increase 100,000 to 150 and reduce 100,000 to 50. How do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
A vote of 11 to 1, that amendment passes, and I think we need to extend the meeting again,
10, yes, sir.
or the agenda item, not the meeting,
The
sorry.
debate.
The
I
debate.
move to extend the debate by 15 minutes.
Moved by Mr. Dunbar, motion to extend by 15. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Allard, Ms. Zalatel. Any objection to the motion? Hearing, seeing none, we have extended to,
I'm still in the queue, Mr. Chair.
46,
to 10:46. Mr. Dunbar, you're recognized.
Thank you. I don't, for some reason, I don't have 7A in front of me right now, but, oh wait, yes I do. Here it is. I move to amend to strike to the Anchorage Assembly for direct grants to resolve the legal issue that our council has flagged for us.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Dunbar, seconded by Ms. Allard. That's to remove to the Anchorage Assembly from the amendment. All right, Amendment 7A as amended is before us. Anyone else wish to speak on the item? Hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. LaFrance on the amendment 7A?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, Amendment 7A as amended has passed the body. Next.
Chair, I'd like to move.
I'm sorry, that was just the amendment. So before us now is Amendment 7A as amended. Thanks for keeping me on track,
Yeah.
Ms. Vice Chair.
Ready?
Members may proceed to vote. Before we vote,
Ms.
Mr. Bronson. After, never mind. Go ahead, members may proceed.
Ms. LaFrance on the motion for 7A as amended.
Yeah, so he
Mr. Peterson on amendment 7A as amended.
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance, are you there?
Yes, I vote yes.
Thank you.
All right, that item passes 12 to 0. We next have Mayor Bronson, and then Mr. Salt, and then Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Bronson Amendment number 12.
Has that been passed?
So I don't believe that item's been passed. Oh, it
No,
has?
that one's mine. It hasn't. I'm in queue to move it.
Yes, I don't think it has. So, Mr. Gates, do we have that item?
Point of information.
Yep.
Sorry, am I misusing? It's in our email, if members have access to email.
Right, it is in the
Okay.
emails we saw, but we should have printed copies. So why don't we move, we'll come back around to this one. Mr. Salt,
So I would like to move, since 6B is not ready, move 6 and then make some amendments to it.
okay, there's a motion to
Second.
approve Amendment 6 by Mr. Salt and seconded by Ms. Zalatel.
Okay, so the purpose of this amendment is...
Could you speak a little closer to that?
Yeah,
mic?
sorry. So the purpose of this amendment is to bring Section 17 to increase Section 17, fully funding the Midtown Neighborhood Plan back to $300,000, allocating $140 for the Girdwood Plan and $30,000 for the South Addition Plan, by removing $35,000 from Section 2, Providence Health and Services, $22,000 from Section 14, Cook Inlet Housing and Authority, and $35,000 from Section 15, Covenant House.
So, is there a second to that?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
We don't have that amendment in front of us, the one that was just described.
Yeah, he said he's going to try to make a verbal amendment, so. Okay, Mr. Salt, now that we do have Amendment 12
Wait,
before us.
this isn't Amendment 12. This is Amendment 13. Amendment 12 is mine. They have the numbers wrong on this paperwork.
Oh, okay, so why don't we, I hate to do this, but we'll come back to 6 and we'll ask council to get it written up for you, maybe get them the language that we need exactly so that we can do it in writing. Is that okay? Yeah, okay. So,
So now we have a number.
She has.
Well, unfortunately.
6 feet here for me.
We don't have it yet. I think for something as complicated as this, better is just to have.
sorry, all the numbers have gotten scrambled. It'll be a few minutes. So just for folks' awareness, the numbering got a little bit messed up. And so the one that's listed as Bronson, a proposed amendment 13 will change the name, and the proposed amendment 12 will change the name, because you'll have a second one that's 12 and 13 that are from members. So instead, we are going to name the mayor's amendments Bronson Amendment Number 1, which is the one that starts proposed summary. The purpose of this amendment is to fund necessary fuel. So that's Bronson Amendment 1. Bronson Amendment 2 will be the one that talks about the purpose of this amendment is to provide AFD necessary funding to partially complete a match. So then you'll have separately, and we'll come to these in a bit, proposed amendment 12 from members Allard Cross Salt, proposed amendment 13 from members Allard Cross Salt, and then an unnamed amendment that I don't know if we will come to or not. We'll talk about this.
Mr. Chair, can I make a motion to extend?
Yes, Mr. Dunbar.
I make a motion to extend both the meeting and debate to 11:30.
Second.
A motion has been made to extend debate on the item and the meeting to 11:30. Can we do those together? Clerk says yes. These votes will take 8 members. Anybody wish to object? Hearing and seeing none, those motions have been approved. Meeting and the item are extended to 11:30. Next, we have Bronson Amendment 1. For this item, Ms. Alatel will be excused.
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused, Mr. Chair. Which one is Bronson Amendment 1?
Okay, I'll read it again for everyone. Bronson Amendment 1 is the one that starts this. The purpose of this amendment is to fund necessary fuel.
So I believe I'm also conflicted out of this amendment because it cuts money from the Park Foundation.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Chair, was the administration in queue before I was?
I think that you are in the queue. Actually, I do have Mr. Bronson in the queue.
Darn it. Okay, thanks.
If you want to speak to it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. As Member Cross iterated earlier this evening, fuel costs are a critical need of the municipality at this time. In this amendment, some funding is reduced and cut to support about $5.7 million essential fuel costs and repairs at the Sullivan Arena that cannot be bonded for. The Sullivan Arena is a community space for more than just hockey. Events such as trade shows and concerts can also be held at this venue. Making the cuts and reductions for this amendment were challenging to make. Thank you for your consideration to fund these essential services.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
In regards to his amendment?
Yep.
Oh, no, I don't have anything to say.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
I guess I would just say the same thing I described before to Mr. Cross's amendment, that there are other funds available to fund both the fuels issue and the Sullivan Arena costs. So look forward to discussing that at the Budget Committee, the next Budget Committee meeting, and in the meantime, I'll be voting no against this amendment.
Anyone else? Ms.
Sorry, I
Allard,
just popped myself back in queue.
you have the floor.
It's only to address what Austin just said, and I guess I'd like to ask the administration, and maybe Austin can say, where are these funds supposed to come from? That way I can get clarification from you, Austin, please, and then I can have the administration follow up.
Sure. I think they're aware of the funds now, too, that we brought them up in the Budget Committee meeting. Oh, is it okay, Mr. Chair, if I respond to Ms. Allard?
Yes, okay.
Okay. They're community assistance funds, so every year, although it doesn't always happen given where the state budget is, but the legislature gives money to different communities around Alaska, and so we got more this year than we expected. So we have about almost $6 million extra between this year and next year that we will have available this year to spend on what we wish.
So Chair, if you don't mind, if the administration could just speak to that really quick, just to hear their side of it, please. Thank you. I don't care who.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll defer to Amy Domboski.
Thank you. Through the chair, Assemblymember Allard, the administration, with the high cost of, it's not just gasoline. I mean, to be honest with you, there's a lot of other needs. The cost of paint has significantly gone up, the cost of supplies. You're going to see this throughout the year. We believe that ARPA funds is a one-time expenditure. We think it's appropriate. We think it's known. We think there's a lot of other variables in play. One thing that has not been discussed, everybody talks about all this other extra money that's coming, but many of our investment accounts are actually not performing ideally. And so many of this extra revenue that might be coming in later, we may not know till first quarter of next year where we're actually going to close out. So based on the advice of our OMB department and our investment consultants, we know the ARPA funds are known funds right now. We know there's a need. I've shared the information previously with multiple sources, but we know right now the Anchorage Police Department, the Anchorage Fire Department, Parks and Rec, Transit have all, as of the end of June, expended their entire year's fuel budget. This is not a hypothetical. This is a real-time emergency issue that we do need to deal with. Cheryl Frasco, when she was the OMB director, Ms. Allard, she presented, not only did we submit an AO or an AR to this assembly to appropriate funds as part of the ARPA package, and the fuel was on there. Director Frasca at the time, she presented to the assembly, and in multiple work sessions or budget and finance committee meetings, she highlighted this severe need that we anticipated was going to be coming. But there's been, we waited for the ARPA funds because we thought it was the most appropriate use of the money.
Thank you. And just a real quick comment, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please.
Thank you. I do remember that conversation, and I do remember the entire body moving to postpone indefinitely. So that was, I apologize to the administration for that because I just didn't grasp the severity of the fuel. Thank you. And the increase in prices. And here we are in August at $5 a gallon that nobody could have, well, some of us could have predicted, but thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, members may proceed to vote on Bronson Amendment number 1.
Madam Clerk, I'll need to do a voice vote.
I'm trying to get you back in. I'm not sure if you came back in or not, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
So I'll just note for the record, because the system doesn't allow the mayor to make a motion, that it puts me in as the second, Ms. Allard as the mover. Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. LaFrance, on Bronson Amendment number 1, you should have received it in your email. It says Bronson Amendment number 12.
No.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Oh. Ms. Allard, how do you vote?
Really? Okay, stand by.
And Mr. Presbertia?
No.
And Ms. Allard has voted yes.
On a vote of 2 to 8, Bronson's amendment number 1 has failed to pass the body. Next, we will have Bronson Amendment 2. Okay, Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Chair. I request to move amendment number, well, that's not the one. I guess it is. Okay, 13, please.
Bronson Amendment number 2. That's what we're calling it. Is there a second?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking about my own.
Okay, so.
I apologize.
Yeah,
We're going to
please.
finish with Mayor
Yeah.
Bronson's. Okay, that's fine. I withdraw that then.
Thank you. Sorry. Somebody going to move Bronson Amendment number 2? Anyone?
So moved.
All right. Mr. Bronson, Mayor Bronson has moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. This is moved and seconded. I have a technical question that I don't know who might be prepared to answer it, and that's the question of, traditionally speaking, the use of federal money is not allowed to match federal money. And so has anybody clarified with the feds if this is allowable? I don't think that it matters for the context of the amendment because it just switches the recipient source. It doesn't actually do anything, but I'm not certain we can match federal money with federal money.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a couple of things. First thing is, we don't have the grant agreement yet from the feds. We anticipate that to come in January, but the reason the amendment is worded the way it is because we want this to be for spruce bark beetle mitigation, but we do know that the money from the feds is going to the Anchorage Fire Department. So there's no caveat on that, whether we can or cannot use it necessarily for match funds. That's our intent, but we won't know for sure until January when we get the federal match funds. But we do know, we have been told by Senator Murkowski's office that we will require a $4 million match. So this is our attempt to try to get ahead of the game a little bit, but still keep it for the same purpose. Whether we put it in Parks and Rec or we put it in the fire department, we're still going to use it for spruce bark beetle mitigation. However, if we keep it at Parks and Rec, we won't be able to use it with the potential of using it as match money. But again, we won't know for sure whether we will or won't be able to until we get the grant agreement, which we don't anticipate coming until about January.
So I would just add, and I have no problem with the amendment other than that pool of money I think is now $1 million, not 1.2, but I would suggest that your office reaches back to Senator Murkowski's office and asks her to establish that we can use ARPA money to match because they may have more flexibility before it gets to the granting offices.
We'll be happy to do that. Thank you.
Sorry to take up the debate, Ms. Allard.
Am I in queue still again?
Yeah, you were. Okay. Well, that's for your amendment. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I did have a question at the end here, and this actually isn't for the amendment. It's just language that's here. It says throughout Anchorage and Eagle River Chugiak. That seems interesting language because it leaves out Girdwood. So was the idea here to have it be for the municipality of Anchorage generally? And if so, we should probably just specify the entirety of the municipality.
Yeah, through the chair, that's Bryce Holbanks. That's acceptable. This is copied directly from the current resolution, so that's the reason why it's written that way.
Okay. I hate to make an amendment. We're kind of getting late, but I would amend throughout and then strike Anchorage and Eagle River Chugiak and instead say throughout the municipality of Anchorage.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Allard.
And I just want it to be clear so that way if this can be used as the match funding, we're fulfilling whatever requirements, because my guess is Senator Murkowski's office was intending the whole MOA. Thank you.
All right. Anyone wish to speak to the amendment?
May I, Mr. Constant? I'm sorry, my computer's
Ms.
not
Quinn-Davidson.
working. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Constant, for bringing up the matching issue. I think that's a good point. Thank you to the administration for bringing this forward. Good thinking. I have no problems with this. It did remind me, however, that when Mr. Constant and I were in D.C., we met with Senator Murkowski and other members of the delegation. But we talked a little bit about potential earmarks, and so I'm just interested sort of separately from this. Would you mind sharing with us, whether it's a work session or otherwise, just how we can help advocate? Because I suspect there's a lot of things on your list that you're working with her on that we could also, you know, if we're going to DC or we're doing whatever we're doing through our connections, we could advocate for the same things. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Anyone else wish to speak to that item? Do I need to make an amendment or ask for an amendment to be made to reduce the amount to $1 million from 1.2? Yeah, okay, we don't. All right, thank you. The clerk agrees. So, anyone else? Hearing none, members may proceed to vote on this amendment.
Ms. LaFrance, on Ms. Zalatel's amendment to replace Anchorage and Eagle River Chugiak with the municipality of Anchorage.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, Bronson's amendment number 2 has passed the body, or has passed. Next up, we have amendment number 12.
Wait, no, that was just the amendment to the amendment.
Was it? I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself.
Dear God.
That was just the amendment to the amendment. Now before us is the amendment.
Yep.
Bronson amendment number 2.
Ready?
Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. LaFrance, on Bronson Amendment Number 2 as amended.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, that item passes. Now, amendment number 12.
Chair, I move to, for amendment number 12, please.
Amendment number 12 has been moved. Is there a second?
Am I not getting a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Oh.
Mr. Salt has seconded. Yeah, Ms. Howard, can you pull the microphones closer?
Yes, I apologize. Thank you. So this is the House of Transformation, and this is something that's been, that the Samoan community has developed, and this is actually really neat. And I've been involved a little bit lately, and I'm really surprised that this hasn't been brought to my attention more. I have a couple of quotes here. We said, Mr. Constant said during this process, there's a little bit of give and take. I've also heard a couple of our assembly members not be pleased that the Lions is not into a rehabilitation center. Well, looking at the House of Transformation, they offer residential living for clients, individuals who need and want to get sober. They offer job placement. It's everything that we have been looking for in a community, in my opinion, and the House of Transformation has proven to be successful at this. So I have moved this amendment to reallocate funds so that we can distribute equally amongst other organizations that have that are in the minority group, and I've moved to $554,660 to continue serving the BIPOC community and the Samoan community along with the Alaska Black Caucus to share in those funds, and this $554,660 will be split between those two. Well, Alaska Black Caucus still has about $1 million, but this will be split with those two organizations that allow them to move forward in a positive way. I would also like to say that they have the Samoan community of the House of Transformation has not received funds in the past, where the Alaska Black Caucus has. And I think this is a fair distribution of these funds for these communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Volland.
I just have a question about process, so Section 18, the reduction to Alaska Black Caucus, and then it says are available as a matching grant. Is that already, is a conforming amendment going to take care of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
That doesn't change in this. Anyone else? Hearing seeing none.
Mr. Chair, actually, I can't get in the queue. I just have a question. Is the House of Transformation a 501c3? Does anybody have that information?
If you want to give me just a couple of minutes, they actually had their tax ID number on the email that they had sent us, Mr. Perez Verdia, and if you can give me just a second, Chair, if it's okay, I can check really quick. But before I do, can you tell me the reasoning behind your thought process, Cameron?
I just want to understand whether they're a private organization or they are a nonprofit. I'm not familiar with them, so I'm just curious. Or whether they're a religious organization. I'm just trying to figure out what kind of organization they are.
I don't know if a religious organization should determine whether we vote for it or not, but let me double check on that, whether they're a nonprofit or not.
Mr. President, I can see from their registration that they are a nonprofit. It doesn't say 501c3 or state nonprofit, but that's available at open corporates.
They're a nonprofit corporation.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Anyone else?
I urge support, please.
Members?
Mr. Chair, I'm in the queue.
Oh, okay, Ms. LaFrance, go ahead.
Thank you. A question to the sponsor. Actually, Mr. Rivera's question that he asked earlier in regards to talking with the organization, the Alaska Black Caucus, about this proposed change. Given that this one is significant in size and almost more than half the amount, have you spoken with anyone from the Alaska Black Caucus about this proposed change?
Can I answer that one, Chair?
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Okay, thank you. So I have spoken to the Alaska Black Caucus about possibly redistributing funds since they had received, I think it was $473,000 from the first tranche of ARPA. Did I specifically talk to them, because I don't think it's any of their business, whether or not this information was given to them? Absolutely not. This is something that was brought forward to me. It brought to my attention at the last minute. I apologize, but it's not up to the Alaska Black Caucus what happens. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else?
And Mr. Chair, I just would add that, if I may, that I won't be supporting this amendment because it is rather large, and while I recognize that it's not up to necessarily the recipients as to their view of the change, I think that we have had a thorough process, and this is a very significant change at the end. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Cross.
Just for clarification, I did find the EIN number and the Alaska House of Transformation filed as a 501c3 in 2019. So,
thank you. Ms. Allard, your third time on this.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, we are up here as assembly members, and we say over and over and over about diversity, and everybody should be treated equally and have the same opportunities. And to say that one organization who's received funds before should continue, and then a whole other organization has received nothing, is absolutely unfair. And I would please urge you to support this organization that has been proven successful. And this actually helps homeless. This actually helps individuals that are trying to recover from alcohol and drugs. And with the Alaska Black Caucus, as much as I respect the organization, the truth of the matter is they're asking for funds to remodel. And we just spent, well, we're going to, $12 million to help the homeless. This is in the same category. We've already designated money to go to, with our amendments, to go to the Rasmussen Foundation. Let's come together as a community and let's support all our diverse communities, not just one. They deserve the respect. They deserve the funds as well. They've earned it, and they have a proven success rate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. LaFrance, on Allard Amendment number 12.
No.
Mr. Peterson.
No.
A vote of 3 to 9, Allard Amendment 12 has not passed. Or was that 12 or 13? Was Allard Amendment 13?
That was Allard Amendment 12. Ooh, how do I end up with that?
Okay, just for the
Wait a minute.
purposes of the record, that was the amendment.
Okay.
Yeah. That.
It's so, I have the 13 too.
So next we have Allard Amendment, or no, yeah, Allard. Do we have the language for 6 done?
No,
Amendment 6?
Dean said he's working on it soon. So we should do 14. Can we do 14? Okay, got it.
Mr. Chair, while we're waiting, on amendment number 6, I had originally seconded it, but when I heard Mr. Solt's proposed verbal amendment, I'd actually like to withdraw my second because I will have a conflict on the item.
I'll second it.
Oh, I would like to second.
We're just waiting on that amendment. I guess we could start to debate the final item. Yeah, we're good. I've been tracking. We're the same, right?
And 14 has no sponsor.
But we fixed it, yeah. And then it didn't create 2.2 million project for them last year. It's not that hard. It's not that hard.
I just sit here and type it up?
Well, just spend it.
I didn't figure it, but.
I have to pee so bad. I'll be right back. Here we go.
Just wondering where money's going.
Actually achieved their mission.
Yeah, I'm just curious. And then they don't show a board at all?
Yes.
Okay, we have the amendment now. Mr. Salt.
So first, apologies for that. We tried to get this done earlier. So again, what this amendment does is it's going to fund the Midtown Neighborhood Plan back to $300,000 the Girdwood area plan at 140, and 30,000 to the South Addition area plan. Now it pulls those funds again from Section 2, Providence Health and Services, 35,000. It pulls from Section 14, Cook Inlet Housing Authority, 22,000. And it pulls from Section 15, Covenant House, 35,000. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second, Mr. Salt and Ms. Allard. Any discussion? Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as has been asked before, the Providence project, I think a number of us in the administration were at the groundbreaking, and we're very expressed a lot of support for it. And have you spoken with them about what this does to that project? And then it says are available for the community foundation. So that's now the Rasmussen, and you'd be cutting it. But here's the thing, that number is already 11,900,000. It's not 11,940,000, right? And we've already amended that. So there's $22,000 that you're pulling there that no longer exist. So I guess my point is there is already money in the ARPA distribution for planning, and I cannot support this amendment as currently written. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did you call my name?
I did.
Okay, thank you. And the funding sources on the amendment here are actually a little bit different than what Mr. Solt and I had initially looked at. And I understand that may be because there have been a number of amendments, and I appreciate the help of staff in trying to identify sources of funds. And I will just note, too, as Mr. Solt and Mr. Dunbar stated, the amount for Midtown was decreased by 22,000 to fund, I believe, 5B, Amendment 5B. And knowing how critical it is to have this funding for comprehensive plans, I mean, just speaking from my experience with Girdwood, I think it's really important to restore Midtown to 300,000. The 140,000 for Girdwood is, as I mentioned, it's critical to bring this plan to the finish line and get through the public process. And for a number of years, the Assembly has been allocating funds in piecemeal for this comprehensive plan for Girdwood. And it really is a roadblock to achieving the goals such as coordinating attainable housing funding, housing policies that are needed, not just throughout the municipality, but especially in Girdwood. And I also, want to state, as I've said before, that many times Girdwood gets characterized as a very wealthy community, and there are people who live in Girdwood or want to live in Girdwood. It is difficult with the lack of attainable housing, who don't fit that particular economic demographic. So while the funding sources here may be a little bit messy, and I would welcome input from members of the body and just ask that you help us figure out a way to get Girdwood's comprehensive plan to the finish line with 140,000 and also restore the funding to the Midtown plan and also include money for the South Addition area plan as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Quinn Davidson and then Ms. Allard. Actually, I'd ask for a motion to extend the meeting by 10 minutes.
Move to extend 10 minutes.
Second.
So we have a motion by Mr. Cross, a second by Ms. Allard. Is there any objection?
Can you speak louder too, Chair?
Is there any objection? Hearing none,
Well,
the meeting
actually, Mr. Chair, sorry for interrupting. Shouldn't it also be a motion to
extend the meeting and the debate.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Both agree?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No objection. We're extended for 10 more minutes. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm not clear on, how does it make the difference for the Midtown Neighborhood Plan from 270 to 300, or for Girdwood from 100 to 140? I just don't have enough information here, I guess, to understand how that's a deal breaker. So if one of the sponsors could explain that to me, that would be great. Thanks.
And either Mr. Salt or Ms. LaFrance?
I'm sure I didn't catch the full question. Is the question why 140,000 is needed?
May I, Mr. Chair? Yeah, the question is, you've proposed increasing the amount for both Midtown and Girdwood. Why specifically that amount?
So the proposal is to bring the total amount up to 400 sorry, I'm just looking at the section here, 470,000. And actually, I believe that may be an error. The amount, I'm looking at two drafts here. Let me just walk through the math. As the Section 31 was originally written, it had $400,000, and it was 300 initially to Midtown and 100 split between South Addition and Girdwood. Initially, Amendment 6 proposed reducing the 300,000 for Midtown to fund Girdwood at 100,000 and then move over the 30,000 to South Addition. However, an earlier amendment actually brought forward by Mr. Rivera and myself and reduced the Midtown amount by 22,000, and that obviously created a problem with the math for Amendment 6. And so 30,000 was required to bring Girdwood to 100 under the original 400,000, and then another 40,000 was required to bring Girdwood to 140, and then 22,000 was required to bring Midtown back up to 300,000. And so the amount I thought that we had calculated here was 92,000 to Section 31, and I'm not sure if I believe I'm looking at the correct version that Mr. Gates mailed out, but that should be actually increased by 92,000. I'm double checking.
Mr. Chair, may I say
Please.
something?
Thank you.
I feel like what I'm asking and what you're saying, Suzanne, we're sort of speaking two different languages. So I'm just asking, you want to increase the amount. Why? Why do you need the amount that's in the amendment? And maybe Mr. Soul wants to speak to it too. Either of you could answer.
And I believe Mr. Edgington may still be there as well from GBOS, and he can also provide more details, but the plan needs to go through the public process, and that's what the final 40,000 is needed for. 100,000 will get it to closer, to the final draft, a draft, not the final draft, but that other work, and a lot has been done in the last few years, but to get to the complete draft, and again, that public process piece is estimated to be about 40,000. And the 100,000, to complete the final, or the next final draft.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, I just have to reiterate, we're looking at 6B, right? I just...
No, we're looking at a new amendment. Oh, was it 6B? Okay.
Yeah,
renumbered
I
6B.
don't think the math adds up here. So I understand that you had already previously cut it from 400,000 to 378,000, and you're trying to bring it back up so there's enough for Girdwood. But if you look at the amount you're taking here on the front page, I think it adds up to 92,000, and so that to me seems like an overshot of the amount of money you need. Furthermore, the two sources you have here on section 12, page 3, those funds don't exist anymore. We already amended down from 11,940 to 11,900 flat. And the next one, where it's 8.4 million, we already, for the Shiloh amendment, dropped that to 8.2 million. Is that all clear?
No, it's not.
Mr.
actually,
Chair?
And I just don't think we're going to be able to fix this on the fly. Do we need to postpone this item to the next meeting?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair?
No, it is clear. I mean, it's 92,000 that's needed, because again, the original amount was 100,000 between South Addition and Girdwood. If you take the 30,000 South Addition needs, that would leave 70,000 for Girdwood. To get to 140 requires another 70 for Girdwood. But then the Midtown amount, right, was already reduced by 22. And so that's where the 92, as Mr. Dunbar stated, comes from. And I made an error in the text because that was an old number, 470. It did not include the 22 from the prior amendment, 5B. And the original fund sources, Mr. Stolt and I had identified total 92, but as I mentioned earlier, the fund sources in the amendment are different, and presumably that is a result of the numerous changes that have been made through the course of this evening's debate.
Yeah, I'll just say, I thought you needed 100 for Girdwood, not 140, so that's where the error in my math came from. Thank you.
Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Based on the numbers, that was a long brief, but anyways, since I think, I'm looking at Randy here, the numbers are matching, then I wholeheartedly, I'm not going to squabble over what you guys are asking. I think this is good, and I will support your amendment. Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Johnson.
Yeah, through the chair. The only consideration the administration would like to make on this would be the verbiage of distributed among community groups. It might be in contradiction to how traditional plans are done through the planning department. So it might be a worthwhile amendment to remove the verbiage or the words here, distribute among community groups, and rather just have it go to the Anchorage Assembly for further distribution to the planning department. Thank you.
So thank you. That was the Deputy Chief of Staff. And I think we've done it historically both ways. Sometimes they've been grants directly to, but does anyone wish to make that amendment? I think it's a reasonable request.
Through the chair, I'll make that amendment.
And I'll second it.
Okay, an amendment is proposed by Mr. Salt and seconded by Ms. Allard that strikes the language among community groups and adds to the planning department. Is that about right? Yeah. Okay, do you want to speak to that? Or I would have a little just to add that the intent, though, is not to support municipal planning staff to do this work. It's to really engage the community and get the funds to them. Thank you. You get that? Just 1 minute.
Did you just amend the amendment to the amendment? We used to do that a lot, but...
I don't think we did.
Okay.
I don't think we did. Members may proceed to vote. The taking out among community groups and adding the planning department with the intent that it still goes to the community groups, but it's managed through planning. Long Range. Salt moved and Allard seconded. Allard. Okay, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. LaFrance, on the amendment to Amendment 6B.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
That amendment passes.
Yes, 12. No, it's 11:45.
Just to be clear, we have 7 minutes left. Members may come back in. Oh, we haven't voted on the amendment? Okay, that was the amendment to the amendment. Now we have the amendment before us. Okay, so we need to...
Move to extend debate and the meeting until midnight.
10 minutes, just 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes left.
Okay, 10 more minutes.
Thank you.
You optimist.
Yep, thank you. Moved by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Is there any objection? There is no objection. We're extended 10 more minutes. We're ready to vote, please. 6B.
Ms. LaFrance, on Amendment 6B as amended.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson on 6B.
Yes.
And, okay, Ms. Zalatal is recused, right? Okay, there you go. Passes 9-2.
A vote of 9-2, that item passes. Ms. Zalatal, come back in. We have the main motion before us.
Uh, 2022178S. Okay, now we have to bifurcate it.
Chair, point of information, I can't get into queue.
Ms. Allard?
Are we now going to be voting on 2022-178S version
The amended, as amended.
as amended?
Yep.
Can I make a comment, please?
You can have the floor.
And then we're going to go to vote. So we
Yep.
can all kind of talk about something before we go to vote?
We have about 10 minutes.
Okay, I want to hurry up. So I appreciate the whole body coming together. It was relatively smooth sailing compared to what we went through last time with the ARPA funds. And I mean that. Tonight we had a lot of humor, but we all kind of came together as a body. But I want to explain to my community why I am going to vote no on this. There are the $12 million, close to, give or take, with the Rasmussen, and I am still just completely flabbergasted at the Alaska Black Caucus of the $1.3 something million, not because I don't support their organization, but for a remodel, and to see and hear individuals of the community not receiving any funds, and some of these organizations have received it in the past. I just can't vote for it all. I am pleased at the outcome, but for those two, and there's a couple others, that I just can't support it. I know it's going to pass, and I know a lot of people are going to benefit from this, and I want to say thank you to my fellow assembly members, and I really appreciate the things that are going to be moving forward in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. It came to my attention that we have a bifurcation process to go through, and so it's very unlikely that we're going to get through this tonight unless we are expeditious. Now, Ms. Quinn Davidson will take your motion at midnight.
So moved.
Motion has been made to extend the meeting and the item to midnight.
Second.
Second.
All right, thank you. The motion is moved and seconded by Ms. Allard. So any objection? I'm hearing no objection. The meeting is extended. Ms. Zalatel, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm not sure why we need the bifurcation process at this point, because if we vote on it as a package, it's like when we vote on the budget as a package. We've already been through the items that have potential conflicts because it's all or nothing at this point.
I agree with that interpretation. I kind of tried to make it, but I'm tired to the clerk, and you've made it better, and she says she agrees with you.
So if it's okay with the chair, and that's the chair's decision, then if anyone wants to override the ruling of the chair.
It's fine. I think that we did clearly describe the conflicts. We separated out the items. People didn't vote on the amendments and the movements to those items. I think we would have to have a special meeting if we're going to get through all of these bifurcations to make it work. So, no, Ms. Alto, do you have anything to say on the main motion?
Let's vote.
Anybody else? I think a lot has been said tonight. I'm seeing and hearing nobody. So I guess Mr. Presverdia.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure if we do this, we do it right. And so the question that was posed earlier was that we would, if you felt or if it was established that you had a conflict of interest, that you should not vote for those items, and those items are included in the entire package. So I'm all for moving forward and trying to get this done, but I certainly don't want to have to come back and deal with ethics concerns or conflicts later. So I just want to make sure that we're doing this in the right way.
Right, and so for the specific amendments on specific items, the previous rulings through the ethics board analysis has been that members can take part in votes on larger packages that have elements within it, as long as there are elements within and not the sole item. And so I see Ms. Zalatel has...
Can I just, I realize we're short on time, but can I just get a verification from our
Please,
attorney that is going to hold up? Thanks.
Mr. Gates, do you understand the question?
I can restate if it would help.
Yes, please.
Go ahead. So we are about to vote on the entire package, and earlier in the evening we had established that there were potential conflicts of interest on particular items within this package, and the intention was to bifurcate those out and to vote on them separately. It is now being stated by the chair that it's been past practice that those conflicts that they have been shared, but because of the comprehensiveness of this package, that those of us who feel like we may have conflicts of interest could vote for the overall package, even though those items that we had established are within it. And so I'm trying to get clarification as to whether we need to bifurcate them out and vote on them separately, or whether it is legally justified for us to be able to vote in this manner.
Well, I apologize. I haven't been able to track all the actions that have occurred for this item tonight while I was working, but I do understand that there was found to be a substantial conflict with Ms. Zalatel in one section, and if I thought I understood that was bifurcated out and voted on separately already, but if I'm mistaken and that section is still part of this overall package now being voted on as amended, then she still has that conflict and should not act on that. And I understood there were other members with potential conflicts, but most of them were determined not to be substantial conflicts that would prohibit them from participating in the action, except I did not track specifically those rulings by the chair. I just recall Ms. Salatel's, if that section she was conflicted with, was it 3? I believe is part of this overall vote. It should be bifurcated out at this point.
Okay. Let's do it. So I would ask for a motion to, go ahead, please.
Section 2 and 3, and I believe Ms. Zalatel had a conflict on one of their sections. Section 12, correct.
So I would ask for a motion to bifurcate sections 2, 3, and 12.
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made by Mr. Dunbar and seconded by Ms. Allard.
No, we have to do them by person.
We got to do them efficiently. So, any opposition to the bifurcation? Hearing and seeing none, those items have been bifurcated.
Move to approve the bifurcated items.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Dunbar, seconded by Ms. Allard. Is there any objection to those items?
I think we need to actually vote those.
Okay, be a recorded vote. Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. LaFrance, how do you vote on bifurcated sections 2, 3, and 12?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Item passes 11 to 0. I would ask for a motion to bifurcate section 9.
Yep. And we can do that.
So moved.
I hear moved by Mr. Dunbar. Is there a
Second.
Who moved and who
moved it.
seconded?
I moved it.
Okay, Ms. Zolotel moved, seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Ask unanimous consent. Hearing no opposition, that item is bifurcated.
Move to approve the bifurcated item.
Second.
Motion has been made to approve section 9. Seconded, moved by Mr. Presverdias, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Members may proceed to vote.
Sorry.
Please vote.
Ms. LaFrance on bifurcated section 9.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, the bifurcated item section 9 is passed. I would ask for a motion to bifurcate sections 10 and 11.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zolotel, seconded by Ms. Allard. Any objection to the motion to bifurcate? Hearing no objection, the bifurcation is approved. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to
sections?
approve the bifurcated items.
Second.
Who made the motion? Mr. Volland?
Cameron
Mr.
Presverdias.
Presverdia?
Yeah.
Moved by Mr. Presverdia, seconded by Ms. Zolotel. Sections 10 and 11. Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. LaFrance on sections 10 and 11.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
36.
That item passes 11, or the bifurcation passes 11-0.
36.
Okay, now, excuse me,
Move
that
to,
section passes 11-0.
move to bifurcate section 36.
Second.
Motion to bifurcate section 36 has been made by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Is there any objection to the motion to bifurcate? Hearing none, the motion is bifurcated. A motion to approve?
Move to approve section 36.
Second.
Section 36 is moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Oh, by Ms. Allard, I'm sorry. Anyone wish to speak? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Yeah, exactly. Ms. LaFrance, on the motion to approve bifurcated section 36.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia, come on back. Mr. Dunbar, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, we're done with bifurcations, correct?
Yes.
I call the question on the remaining items.
Question. Okay, a motion to call a question by Mr. Dunbar. Who was the second? I heard
Member
a second.
Volin, me.
Member Volin. The question has been called. Motion to call a question. Members may proceed to vote. Volin.
Ms. LaFrance, on the call the question.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, the question has been called. The question is now before us. Question being a motion to approve AR 2022-178S as amended. Pass the body. Members may proceed to vote.
I should know. Ms. LaFrance, on the motion to approve all sections.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah. Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-2, AR 2022-178S as amended has passed the body.
Yeah, 11A now, if you want to take it.
Before us now, we have item 11A.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
There's a motion to postpone item 11A indefinitely, moved by Ms. Quinn Davidson, seconded by Mr. Did I get that backwards?
No, you're right. I'm so sorry.
Seconded by Mr. Dunbar.
I was trying to be too fast. I was just going to quickly say we had entertained including this in our package early on. It's been ongoing for months, but the truth is we had far too many good applications and good causes, and this, I think, just didn't make the cut in the group, so we'll need to postpone indefinitely.
I put myself in the queue.
Mr. Conson.
Thank you, and I just would say, this item has been around as long as we've been deliberating what to do with ARPA funding, and it almost got absurd how many times it was moved and continued and moved and continued. And like all of the proposals that we saw, it's kind of heartbreaking that we didn't have the ability to fund more organizations to do the great work that they're doing in the community. And we still have work to do to continue on this progress towards a recovered economy and a booming economy that we know Anchorage has. So I am grateful to see this item falling off the agenda. Thank you. Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. LaFrance, how do you vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, AO 2022-42 has been postponed indefinitely. Next, we have about a minute left for audience participation. Please come forward.
Irene, just some random comments. I'll keep it really short. I have a problem with you spending $12 million. Your record of spending money for housing, for buildings, is not very good. I would really like to see who the person is that is not named, so who's administering that. But I also would like to see a breakdown, because the Aptel Hotel is assessed at $4 million and you just appropriated 12. So I would like to know where the rest is going. And then in regards to the Black Caucus, which has nothing to do with the Black Caucus, I find your allocations very interesting, very lopsided. So not only did they get money a second time, you also changed that the match now, instead of the full amount, is only $100,000. 5 other organizations have a match. A match is only something when it's equal.
This meeting is adjourned.